There we go. Now you can hear me. Awesome. So this is kind of the layout for the afternoon. Let me refresh my little chatty here. Chatty chat. All right, now that should be good to go. And big, bold, crazy afternoon. Okay, so had a fantastic lunch. I had an avocado, a tomato, 3 eggs, and a piece of bread. And I've got a little piece of cheese and some hummus I'm going to have in a little bit. And a glass of water and a vitamin. So that should get me through till dinner. And we're going to have a salad and some turnip greens and some lima beans, I think. And that'll be a fantastic meal. That's my food for the day. I probably might have a little chips and some maybe a couple little cubes of cheese. But yeah. So I have no meat. There are occasions that I might have a can of tuna or a can of salmon, but that's rare. But no, definitely no mammal. Absolutely no mammal. And I do eat eggs and dairy, but no flesh. I'm trying no flesh at all. But like I said, I have been known to cheat and eat a can of wild caught tuna, just to kind of savor it. So anyway, we've got a lot of art to work on. We've got some news coming up afternoon. Kind of letting the I'm going to double check and make sure I have all my descriptions and my links down below, just because I'm going to make sure that I'm giving everybody credit for what they did and whatnot. So I need to change that black border to white. I can do that right now. I forget what this is. X. Oh, there we go. See if I like the white better. Yeah. I don't know. If you have any if you rather, which I don't know, if you guys have a preference, if the border should be white or black, let me know. But I'm just gonna keep it black. Just keep it simple. That's where it was. So hit me up in the chat. Don't forget, like and subscribe. That really helps out the algorithm for everybody. I am gonna put some music back on here and then kind of get my playlist ready for because I always in the afternoon I watch The Hill, and I also watch Democracy Now! And Democracy at Work. Those are my 3. I got one for economics, I got one for kind of like on the ground news globally and locally. That would be Democracy Now! And then my favorite show, The Hill, that's more like a sit-down political kind of analysis. So not a lot of interviewing, like, books and stuff. But anyway, it's that's kind of where I get my news from, and then my science stuff comes in the afternoon. I always watch Anton at night, kind of, but that's kind of the flow. We're gonna. I always like to do a little bit of comparative stuff with music. I like to do some comparative stuff with religion, and you guys can just kind of witness how I go throughout my day. I'm going to work on the Beastie over there, maybe after around 3 o'clock. Kind of transition away from all the political talk, and then we'll maybe work on like what is actually on the board, like what all this is leading up to, because the idea is, like I said, it's in my blog, which all the links are on my website. Everything is everywhere, and the idea is to convince you that humanity really has the ability to allow our brothers and sisters a home, right? And when I say a home, I mean, a little bit more than four walls and a roof. There are hundreds of millions of Americans, and there's probably a billion, at least 2 billion people on the planet that have never had a space that couldn't be taken away from them. And just that one thing affects the way you view the world. And hopefully we can walk through over the next 60 days, off and on, all the reasons why, it's like 6 degrees of separation, when he says, when he was talking about his father doing the musical of Cats, and he said something like, and the more I thought about all the reasons why I couldn't make a musical of Cats, the more I realized I could. So it's kind of like, hopefully that'll happen when we talk about why are there homeless people. And the answer I have come up with up front is because it's on purpose. It's that subtle reminder for the rest of us that if you're not careful, you can be there on the street dirty, begging people for money. Right? And something that, I wanted to bring to people's attention is that if you ever have this feeling that, when you put something out on social media that it didn't get liked, and that makes you feel bad, it makes you feel like nobody loves you. If none of your friends call you, or I think everybody understands what I'm saying. If that interaction with people makes you feel bad, can you imagine how that homeless person must feel? Being stepped over, like literally stepped over by thousands of people every day. And you want that person to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and put on a shirt and a tie and smile at the same people that just stepped over him. No, just a thought. Just thought I'd throw that out there. So, anyway, my mind is a crazy place. So let's see here. If anybody has anything at all they want to point out and want to talk about, just hit me up in the live chat. It should appear right on the screen and I'll see it. I don't believe there should be any echoing going on. I hope the sound's okay. Don't forget, part of just talking to whomever's out there, I am not paid by anybody. This is all from me personally. A lot of what I show on what I watch, everything that we watch, is what I normally do. I'm not changing, other than the fact that there's a camera right there and a microphone, and I spent 200 hours trying to figure all this stuff out and make stuff for you guys because I love you and I want to convince you that we can give everybody a home. And that means people that are paying rent, right? Well, anyway, boy, I'm ready to talk about this. But I want it to be a conversation. I do not want to sit here and look at the camera and talk and just, I want it to be a partnership. I want this to be a fellowship. Like Fellowship of the Rings, Fellowship of Christ, like, get a bunch of people together, band of brothers, and it's all joined together and help one another. And, that's just all I have to offer. I mean, it's just me. And a lot of this is me trying to work out, in my mind, why the world is the way it is. And hopefully we can all create a lexicon together. And I know you all are just going to love this, but can anyone sit down with a piece of paper and write out the definition of fascism? I can. But can you? And the reason I'm saying this is that if you can't actually write out a definition of what something is, like fascism, like you can't actually define what it is, then why are you calling somebody a fascist? Now, that's not to say that people aren't fascist. I know what that is. But there are people out there that call people names and they can't even define what it is. And so as a cautionary tale, just, I'm hoping that with the blog, all the links are everywhere, about my past and my thoughts and who I am as a person and what I've gone through and my testimony, is that we can use a blog to come up with, or not my blog necessarily, but we can come up with a structure, maybe a notepad somewhere, write it down on a piece of paper, and we can all, when we on this channel talk to one another, we all agree on what words mean. And part of the conversation over the next 60 days is let's at least come to an understanding of what we're saying to one another. And everyone has a right to sit at the table. Everyone. No matter how heinous you think that person is, because I guarantee you someone out there thinks you're heinous. And it's about power, and it's either we all sit at the table, which is freedom and democracy, or we limit who sits at the table, and that's fascism. Right? If you limit who sits at the table, then you are in effect, right, okay, let me start over. If you limit who sits at the table and then you give them a limited menu, that is in no way a representation of what the average person eats and consumes at a restaurant, or would want to, for that matter, which is what's going on. So, like, people call me a socialist. Like, David, you're a socialist. It's like, no, I'm not a socialist. I'm not a communist. I'm a progressive. Okay? And what that means is that I want it all now. Right? I don't want it tomorrow. I'm not nouveau riche. I don't want it tomorrow. I want it now. Because there's no reason why we can't have it now. None. But, like Sansa Stark says, everything before the word but's bull bleep. Well, actually, that was what Ned said. She was repeating it. But the point is that the reason we can't have nice things, and by nice things I mean the ability to not have your home taken away, is because it's artificial scarcity. And the crux of everything that is wrong with capitalism is that the people in control have decided that they need you smiling when you clean their toilets. The people that are in control now are demanding your deference. They're demanding you smile at them. My landlord, for example, has voiced the same opinion that I have heard throughout my entire life. And that's that if you are going to hire somebody, right, even though they can do the job equally the same, right, charge you the same price, they do it at the same time, they do it exactly the same way, you would rather hire the person that kisses your ass than not. Okay, that's a fact of life. I don't think anyone out there in the universe can argue that. Okay, that is what we call deference. And that is what is being peddled and pushed and required for employment in the United States in 2021. Because I think everybody out there understands that there is a separation between what we allow people to do to us in business and what we will allow people to do to us on the street. And you and I, and there's a lot of folks out there know that there are people, have been bosses out there that would have never thought to have spoken to you that way if they had bumped into you on the street. And that is hypocrisy. That is, and we're supposed to just like not acknowledge it. Wow, I went off there, didn't I? Okay, so I haven't gotten any responses in chat, so I don't want this to turn into me just talking to a camera, because that I've got other things to do. And I need to be focused, and this is day one. We've done 6 hours, and I have like 1,200 more to go. So, I just want you guys to know I love you very much, and no matter what happens in the future, is that the purpose of this is that I want to leave it all on the field, right? And if anybody can get inspired or take any of these ideas that I put out there and make $1 billion trillion, just if you could just cut me off like a little bit, after it succeeds, and I'm willing to give the world all my intellectual property, because I can't do anything with it. And I hate to say it, but I think my ideas are really good. So, if you all just bear with me, we'll work through all this, and hopefully I can convince you 5 things. We all have a right to sit at the table, right? So you raise your hand, right? I'm seen and I'm heard, okay? And that's democracy. And what we have to do first and foremost is we have to create a voting system that is easy, 100% accurate, unable to be manipulated, and unimpeachable. Because if we are going to live in a democracy, the one thing that we cannot have or allow Not meaning that we have to silence people, but that the logistics and the equipment, the tool that we will use to register our votes has to be unimpeachable. This is 2021. We're talking about like landing on Mars, and you're going to try to tell me that there's no way we can have a system of voting that can't be questioned, like the results? That is number one. If we're going to live in a democracy, I know this is a democratic republic. You can take that think tank memo and peddle it elsewhere. Because if you don't want democracy, that makes you, wait for it, a fascist. Or a communist. I don't know how you can be a socialist and not be a Democrat. I mean, just the minutia of it. But that's what all this is about. If you disagree with me, like, chat, talk to me, put something up there, call me, come hang out. There's room on the couch. I've got 2 cameras, we can talk. So anyway, number one, everyone has a right to sit at the table. If you are born in this country, or if you are born outside of this country by an American citizen, you have a right to vote that cannot be taken away for any reason. You become a felon, doesn't matter. You're still a citizen. I mean, because if you lose your vote, you might as well just get shot out of the country, right? I mean, what's the point? And the thing about those think tank conservatives out there, the libertarian, well, not the libertarians, no, you all are my brothers and sisters, but that boomer GOP conservative Christian think about punishment and crime, you all can peddle that somewhere else too. Because my question is, if what people don't say, right, it's that you got caught, which therefore makes you ineligible to vote. Because every single one of those people that sit on that high horse and say felons shouldn't vote, maybe they haven't committed the exact same crime, but everybody has done something illegal that probably be classified as a felony at some point in their life. They just didn't get caught. So it all goes back to on purpose scarcity. If you only arrest black people and make them felons, then they can't vote, right? It's on purpose. Of course it would be. And the reason why we all know it's on purpose is because if we were to really sit down and try to actually come up with how you would control a group of people, you would do it exactly the way it was done. So I just, this whole notion of, oh, it's not, I mean, come on now, please, really? All right. So yeah, that big screen, I don't really like my face. And so I'm not going to put it on the big screen because it belongs on the little screen. And that's why I'm not doing this. So, anyway, it's 12 o'clock, cha-ching, bling, bling, and we've got a whole bunch of stuff we're going to do this afternoon. We are going to, I'm going to come up with a intro for this afternoon segment for tomorrow, like I did for the morning time. And see, I hope I'm so nervous about like posting stuff because, these algorithms, dude, they'll like 5 seconds of a song, and you got to clip that out. But so I'm trying to do this in small pieces and put my feet in the water and see what is getting pinged. Like Saturday morning, that's my kid time, and that's superhero video game, and My Hero Academia, and some cartoons, and I'd really want to watch that with you guys, but I don't want to get yelled at. Anyway, okay, so let's see here. Okay, now, just a reminder, okay, as we start this, I want to be really clear. Okay, the videos that we watch, I had nothing to do with. I didn't produce them. They show up on my feed, or they're part of my subscription. So I'm not trying to convince anybody that I'm affiliated with any of these people. I'm not. I always like to say this up front because I want to be as honest with everybody as I can. I'm not paid by anybody. In reverse, I pay these people. Okay, and when I say that, I mean I support them on Patreon. So Democracy at Work, The Hill, I donate through on YouTube. I used to donate to Democracy. Now I haven't in last year. And yeah, so I feel as though I have a relationship, like from my end, being a consumer of content, and so the thing that YouTube, in my opinion, allows doing this is that it allows a sense of community. Even if we don't talk to one another, it's that we're letting producers and content creators know what we like. And once the industry works out all this copyright stuff and we figure out how the income stream can be worked out well with algorithms and stuff, it'll explode. It'll be a wonderful experience, I think, because we'll be able to live like this, not sitting on our couch, but out there in the world. And anyway. Okay, so I always start with let's see here. So this is The Hill. They're really good. They're kind of like a traditional setting as far as, like sitting at a desk with a nice background, and they get learned people to come on and talk about American politics, more focused, and it's left and right, not left and right, but just I really just honest, really. They're just who they are, and I've watched them for probably, it's 2 years, a year and a half. I can't remember when it was probably a year and a half, almost 2 years. And honestly, they are very fair, very professional. And all the likes, links, everything is down below. I'm going to turn the mic off, and I'm going to watch, and and stop and just make some comments every now and then. And but this is my news source. This is how I fill my head with what's going on in the world. No network stuff at all. I just avoid all of that. And these are the rising Democracy Now, Democracy at Work, and also, I mean, it's really not news, but a Second Thought is really good. He does really good stuff. But anyway, so I'm going to start this. This is the playlist that's on their site. All the links are down below. And after I upload it, I will put this link for this playlist in the description below. But I know there's all kinds of stuff down there. So
good morning, everybody.
So I hope you guys enjoy. I'm just going to be doing my stuff and editing things, and I've got to go check on the water outside. And I don't know, my cats are getting nervous when they. Anyway, I love you guys. Lord God, bless everybody. Lift up those folks that need lifting. Send some angels out into the world to give us a hand. Thank you for the ceasefire. I'm hoping to find out more about what's going on with that this afternoon. Please keep everyone safe. Give us all the opportunity to find someone to help and the courage and the wisdom to overcome all obstacles to do that. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Lord. Keep me honest, keep me upright. And I just want to say thank you for just everything, because you're awesome. In the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, I ask all these things. Thank you. Okay. Oh, I can turn the mic down.
Happy Friday. We have an amazing show for everybody today. We got a lot of good stuff for everybody. We got a panel. We got Roger Fisk. We got Rachel Bovar. We got Andrew Feldman, Emily Jashinsky, Max Alvarez. He's talking about Amazon workers accusing Amazon of meddling in that union election, and the great and powerful Matt Taibbi, how reporters came to love the spy state. We always love talking to him. But I wanted to start with something that I find kind of hilarious and an ongoing and very troubling media campaign, actually. Let's put this up there on the screen. CNN's Oliver Darcy going after the New York Times for accepting ad dollars for Fox News. So here's what happened. The New York Times allowed Fox to buy an ad campaign on the top of their website. And so this CNN journalist is out there going against the New York Times for accepting their money. Here's the reason that this pisses me off, Colin, because I look at this as nothing else than an attempt in order to use the power of the platform in order to basically censor your opponents in the business under the guise of reporting. Fox does this all the time, too, whenever they report about CNN. So I'm not saying this is value neutral. But the problem I have is that Darcy and others are leading a campaign from their failing network, which has like abysmal ratings at this time, and going after the people who have, I mean, Fox's ratings are also bad relative to where they were, but they're still number one in the business, and using the power of their platform to try to make it so that Fox can't advertise anymore. I just think it's completely crazy. And it just goes to show that they use their powers as the arbiters of gatekeeping in order to try and make it so that their legitimate competitors have no space or ability to conduct business. You see this with the ad boycotts too. And I just think the whole thing is just look, if you want to slug it out, go for it. But, you're losing on that front, so this is what they turn to.
I'm with you. Look,
Yeah.
Competition is a good thing.
Yeah.
I like competition. I'm a competitive person. And if I'm CNN, certainly I want to compete with Fox. But I'm not going to do so by saying that they can't buy ad time, especially in the New York Times. And the New York Times talks a lot of smack about Fox News as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So let them buy ad time. Buy ads where we beat you up in our columns half the time. I think it's kind of silly and ridiculous to run a campaign against people buying advertising.
Right.
Ultimately, it's counterproductive. Because if I'm CNN, I might even sell Fox News some advertising on my network.
Here's the funny part, too, I'm realizing. Darcy and Brian Stelter, the person who works for over there, are always lamenting the decline of journalism, right? So, like, how do you think that journalism gets propped? By ads, okay? Sure. And so here's what Fox would do if they wanted more efficient ads. You know what they would do? They'd buy Google ads like everybody else. Because guess what? Google ads are the only ones that are actually really targeted, along with Facebook or Instagram. Buying something directly, usually a crapshoot. And so, much less more efficient. They're probably doing it just to flex. So don't you want them to take ads out in journalism? Like, you're the one who's talking about all the time, advertising and social media networks are bleeding us dry. But then when it's the wrong person who's giving ad dollars to a newspaper, no, they shouldn't be taking their money. It's just, I think it's outrageous because they're like, Fox isn't a news organization. I mean, you're a news organization going out and actively campaigning against your competitor in order to take money. And by the way, I don't like Fox. I very rarely go on that network. I'm probably not going to go on again, specifically because I don't like the role that it plays in the big three and the way that they handle themselves. I'm not going to say that they're going to not be allowed to, to buy ads or something. I just think it's totally ludicrous. I hope people don't watch it as much, but that's a different thing, right?
Yeah, look, if I'm New York Times, I'd sell them advertising space too. Right. Why not? I'm trying to continually, as you said, be able to report on the things that I want to from the point of view of the paper that I work for and the journalists that work with me are. And you know what? Fox's ad dollars may support that. Yeah. It seems like a little bit of turning the gun towards yourself here. And I don't think that makes a whole lot of sense. I'd just beat them on content and what I am reporting about, not on making complaint campaigns, which never wins over anyone.
But they can't do that, and so this is what they resort to. And unfortunately, it has worked in the past, so we'll see. All right, guys, more Rising for everybody right after this.
Got some new data in on pay increases during the pandemic that is probably not going to surprise you, but is nevertheless blood boiling. So this is according to a new analysis written up by Luke Savage in Jacobin. Average pay increased for CEOs at 51 of the biggest 100 low-wage companies in 2020 by 29%. Meanwhile, wages decreased for those frontline workers that everybody spent all their time praising and pretending like they were going to give bonuses and extra pay to. Those same companies, their wages decreased by 2%. And of course, the average ratio of CEO pay to worker pay continued to go up. And there's some particularly outrageous details within this report. One of which is that a lot of these companies pretended like the CEOs made a big show of saying they were taking pay cuts because of the pandemic, et cetera, et cetera. Meanwhile, what they were actually doing was modifying their pay practices, because a lot of these CEOs, most of their compensation doesn't come from salary. It comes from stock, bonuses, and all these sorts of things. So they modified their pay practices so they would still end up getting this gigantic 29% increase in the year of the pandemic, while they could publicly go out and pretend like they were selfless and they were taking a cut for the team. Another blood-boiling detail here is that the Hilton Hotel's CEO got a payout of $56 million last year. That's 1,953 times his company's median worker pay. Meanwhile, guess what? Hilton had a very tough year. They laid off thousands of employees at the same time that the CEO is getting this outright.
So this is going to go on our list of things that we're going to work on, right? Is that what I'd like to do is take my 30 years of work experience, and what we can do is that we can role play, not now, but just we can role play interviews, like questions to ask interviews, especially if you're a low wage worker, right? To get a sense of who you're working for. And remember, it's like your first interview, right? And you get to the point to where somebody goes, "So, do you have any questions for us?" Right? Because that's always one. If they don't ever ask that, run away. But you should always have a list of things to ask your employer, your interviewer. And I'm such a smart that I in any low wage, and when I say low wage, because we want to talk about like words now, what things mean. So we're talking about in the food and beverage industry, in the retail industry, in the hospitality industry, in the shipping industry, in the janitorial industry, right? When there are hundreds of people applying for work for the same job, right? Which is what they want. There is no one in capitalism, there's no one in business, there is no CEO, there is no small business owner, there is no one out there that can deny this. They want 100 applicants for every job. Period. Full stop. You cannot deny that. Well, actually, I take that back. They might want 1,000. They might want 10,000. I wouldn't, sky's the limit, right? Not only do they want 10,000 applicants for every job, but they want no minimum wage. That's what they want. No matter what you hear on the TV, always remember this. If they shake your hand, they're wearing a suit and a tie, and they're smiling, they're lying. So, anyway, I never really came to my question, did I? So, if I feel as though this is kind of an asshole company to work for, or an asshole manager to work for, I always ask, am I disposable? Am I disposable? And to me, what that one question in that situation, what that allows that allows both people to understand, right, is that person that's probably in a small business like manager or restaurant, the person that's interviewing you is going to be the person giving you orders. That person is put on the spot because it's a yes or no question. Am I disposable? Right? I'm a dishwasher. I'm the server. I'm a busboy. I'm a bellman. I'm whatever. I'm a cashier. Am I disposable? Now, as an employer, you either say yes or no. Or you say the interview's over, get out. I personally would end the interview if the person said, no, you're not disposable. Because that is full throttle gaslighting. Especially if it's a big company, like whatever, And so, no, we're not. No, I would work for somebody like in that position. I said, yeah, you are disposable, because at least I know that person's honest, right? That there's an acknowledgement of rank and position, and this is the way it is, right? I mean, I can deal with that, but it's that other gaslighting corporate, yeah, buy in, worship us, we're great. And, and then like what Crystal said, they fire all kinds of people, cut their pay, and then smile at them. Yeah, we value you. Yeah. So my point is that if you're looking for a job, right, and you're being interviewed, a great question to ask somebody is, are you disposable? Now, of course, no human beings dispose well. Oh, goodness. Yes, there are times that we flush human beings down the toilet, but I'm going to just tip my toe in that and leave that alone. But human beings are not disposable, and, but we're treated like we are. So if I'm going to be in that position where I know I'm disposable, that like the moment I break too many glasses or the moment I, screw up the wrong person's order, I'm out. That means I'm disposable. So, could we have some honesty in the workplace, please? Could you all stop this insane need for us to elevate you as business owners? Because if we weren't making you profit, we wouldn't be there. So you are not the hero in this relationship, for whatever that's worth. You're not the villain either, but you are not the hero because you are using me to make you money, while your brother takes half of the money in rent from me. That's the system. Don't forget, in the middle of a pandemic, people got fired, lost wages, but the educated, neoliberal, neoconservative boomer got a raise. And they are going to drain this country for every penny it has until they are rushed to the grave. And that is in no way any kind of threat. When I talk about the next generation passing, I'm talking about of old age. I'm talking about that's what happens to humans. You grow old and die. Okay, and the fact remains that the boomer generation ended in 1965. Right, so if you were born 1965, 64, 63, up until like the 50s, like they were the children of World War II people. That generation, right? Am I missing something? So these people that have been in power for 30 years, right? Because they're 80, 75, 70, 65. They are at the prime of their power. They have been running the show for 30 years now. And the only way out for them is the grave. Because none of these people are going to retire. None of them. The way neo/liberal conservative boomers retire is by death. That's natural causes, old age, right? You're not going to say, I'm threatening anybody, because I'm not. I'm making a declarative statement that human beings have a shelf life. We die. Cancer, car wrecks, illness, COVID, whatever, right? So But if you have to admit, I mean, just human being to human being, right? If you're 80 years old, that's got to be on your mind. Or maybe not, I don't know. But they want everything to go back exactly the way it was, because the reason they are going to cut out the unemployment and everything is that they need us to go back to work to wipe their asses and mow their yards and pick their kids up from daycare. So we have to figure out what to do next. We need a plan. Because I come in peace, you know, and I'm not wanting to overturn the apple cart tomorrow. I'm not wanting to overturn the apple cart next year. But I think what's missing coming from the neoliberal, whatever, neoconservative, is that there's no plan for tomorrow. There's no plan for after they're gone. Right? Think about that. Because, see, they don't care. They don't care. They're rushing to the grave. They've sucked it all dry. They've gotten everything they want out of their life. And they are coasting towards the end. They're ready to be the lords of the world. So, and then we're all going to be standing there after they're gone going, what do we do? Because they will have pissed off the entire world. And they'll leave us holding the bag. We'll have no roads, no bridges, because they won't have fixed anything. There'll be little island states all over the country. Stuff that works, and then the rest of the country would be like a big pile of trash. They don't care. They don't care if there's no planet after they die. Why would they care? Why would they care? I care. I believe God made all this and we're supposed to take care of it. I don't want dirty water and dirty air. Sorry if that makes me a commie, pinko, homosexual freak. Well, okay. I don't want dirty water. I don't want people in Flint, Michigan dying and children with 3 eyes. I mean, I don't mean to, I'm not belittling, I don't, God, please forgive me. I'm not, the people of Flint, I feel so bad for what has happened to you. And it was all because of money. It was all because of money and power and bullshit and people not caring about people they never run into. These people, okay, so anyway, I'm sorry, I'm ranting and I don't want to rant. That is not what I want to do. Because I want to come in peace and I always want to love and I want to come up and offer a plan, and that's what the 5th element, that piece I'm working on, is all about. It's the foundation of what's going on in the background and what it is. It's supposed to be like a diagram on how to get humanity over the hump. And we can do it. But I can't do it by myself. But what I can do is put it on the field, leave it on the table, and see what happens. And maybe some kid somewhere will hear it and be like, yeah, that freak on the TV, an alien looking guy, I mean, I'm okay with that. I'm okay. I'm not in no way. No, I know, believe me putting this on this is not easy for me. Because I think I look, well, anyway, nope, I love the Lord and we are gonna just keep going. So I'm sorry, I'm gonna back up a little bit. And for the record, and because, in case you didn't know, I want full disclosure. My friend Ko, I learned this term from him, but I am a platinum homosexual. Platinum, like triple platinum, dipped in like platinum from Mars, platinum. So, and the reason I say that is that blouse is kick ass. I really like that. So, that's stupid. Anyway, so I'm going to back up here a little bit and keep going. All right, now turn the mic right.
$953 times his company's median worker pay. Meanwhile, guess what? Hilton had a very tough year. They laid off a bunch, thousands of employees at the same time that the CEO is getting this outrageous pay. So just a little bit of a window into just how screwed most people got during the pandemic, while some people were getting wildly richer than ever before.
Yeah, I think it's wild. And I still think the most disgraceful thing that happened during the pandemic is our inability to provide for a lot of those frontline, who are also all the people who are getting sick, right? Like most average white working class or white collar workers were able to stay at home, disproportionately did not get sick, much less at risk, and a lot more of the essential workers, the ones who did. And in terms of the temporary increases that they got in pay, that was sporadic at worst in terms of brand by brand. And there were government programs and abilities which, if people had gotten behind, could have happened. I mean, I remember Mitt Romney put forward at the very early months of the pandemic something called Patriot Pay, which would have increased their pay by $12 an hour, 3/4 paid by the government, 1/4 paid by the brands themselves.
And just to let everybody know, I don't have a problem whatsoever with anyone being a Republican or a Democrat, Libertarian, Green. It's all great. Okay. It's what you do when you get there. And I don't know Mitt Romney at all. But I will say this. Even though he has made really horrible statements about class in the past, he does seem to want to at least come up with different ideas and try to do something. So, I mean, I think that's great. At least you've got to... I can't be down on hypocrisy and then not acknowledge when a good idea comes from somebody is considered other, or, you know, because, I mean, look, what else are you hearing? So I'm not, if you don't want to hear a legit non-partisan, meaning that it's all one party, right? It's all one party. So it doesn't matter if it's Democrat or Republican. It's all capitalist, corporate, elite power. That's what it is. That's Washington. That's our federal government. That's government. So that being said,
very early months of the pandemic, something called Patriot Pay, which would have increased their pay by $12 an hour, 3/4 paid by the government, 1/4.
Sorry, I forgot to turn the mic off. That might have been bad.
Forward at the very early months of the pandemic, something called Patriot Pay, which would have increased their pay by $12 an hour, 3/4 paid by the government, 1/4 paid by the brands themselves. We easily could have done that. And it just says everything that had no constituency, that Trump didn't push anything like that. It never passed through Congress. It was dead upon arrival. All everybody got were 2 checks. And I mean, I don't want to downplay that. It probably made a significant impact. But I think when it mattered, a lot of these people were abandoned. And also, that's critically why we see what Heather Long calls the Great Reassessment of America. A lot of people who were bartenders, Uber drivers, people who worked at grocery stores are like, yeah, you know what? I don't want to do it anymore. It's not even necessarily about unemployment. It's like, I literally hate this job. Or
Well, isn't that funny? Anyway, I'm just not even going to try to say all that again. So, because there's so many hours in the day. Anyway, I definitely want to watch the rest of this, but I didn't do what I was going to do. So if you go down here to the applaud button, right, and you click on that. Okay, I'm just going to get this off the thing because it'll put my credit card up here. Just so keep everybody honest, right? So I do $2. So if you go down here to the applaud thing, put this back up here in a minute. See, it puts that little handshake on there. I don't know if anybody else sees it, but that's so. Anyway, that's a great way to like help out content people. And if you've got $1, right, and somebody says something, and you're like, "Oh my God, they're saying that." Yes, that's me. I'm that bartender. I'm that Uber driver. I'm that retail clerk. I'm not. Yes, that's exactly what I feel. That's my situation, right? Now, the way I see it is that if I chuck in $2, right, then I become the advertiser in a way. And I'm letting people know that I appreciate you voicing a reality, like that there are people out there that feel this way. This is what's going on. It's not people sitting on their ass, not producing and but what people are doing is they're not making other people profit. That's what's going on. They're not producing GDP. That's what's going on. But the reason a lot of low-income people aren't going back to work is because the jobs that are they're horrible. And if you've done it for 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 years, now's a real good time to not go back to it. So we're at an impasse, and some of us will live under an overpass before we go back to that. So anyway, the whole thing is like maybe that can be like like you never knew those buttons were there. That's what they're there for. I mean, I don't know. I mean, just pointing stuff out. So the reason I do that is that I want to support a channel. I want to support news. I want to support information that's presented in a really good way. And that is, I may not agree with what they say all the time, but they are so consistent. Like they really have thought through philosophy. Like they've come to the end of their thinking process, and they put these things in action. And it's just really great to see. So anyway.
Really sucked for the last year. And I just don't want to take a part in it.
The employer made me risk my life for $7.25.
Right.
Like, I'm going to figure something else out.
And even at 15, it's not necessarily worth it.
Yeah. The grocery store numbers are really revealing because grocery stores boomed this year. I mean, they couldn't keep things on the shelves. There were runs on toilet paper and this and that and sourdough baking ingredients and all that stuff. And you had a decline in that workforce of 40,000 people who were like, I don't want to be on the front lines for low wages. I'm going to figure something else out. And so you also think about in the context of, and Luke makes this point in the piece, like the debates that we're having now are, was $300 a month too generous? Should we means test further the payments that we send out? Maybe raising the corporate taxes or raising the taxes on the wealth. Maybe that's going too far. you see from these dynamics the way things always continue to move in the direction of the wealthy. Not only do they continue to increase their share of the pie, but the Congress always protects their interests, always is worried about them not getting all of their loopholes that are designed to make sure that they pay very little in taxes, and always looking on the other side to make sure that life is like so brutal for workers that they're forced back in to those low wage jobs with very high health risks. So incredibly revealing data here.
Yeah, it really is.
All right, more Rising for you after this. A new analysis of cable news shows just how much ratings
there you go. I mean, so I really don't care about this, about MSC. That's not.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Yeah, not interested.
a worker from
Okay. I'm not sure if I shared that other one. I should go. Actually, I would rather share that other one first. I haven't shared that one at the end.
Joe Biden and
a new announcement. Got
hang on a second. Oops. Okay. Sorry, I got distracted. Yep, already shared it. So. Right. So let's see. Bam. Bam.
Joe Biden and
Bam.
a worker from Amazon revealed in
Turn the mic down.
testimony to the labor board that security guards at the Amazon warehouse in Alabama, where of course that key union drive was happening, that they had keys to the mailbox, and the company encouraged employees to use that box to mail in their union ballots.
So editor-in-chief of The Real News, host of the Working People podcast, Max Alvarez, he joins us now to discuss. Max, tell us a little bit about this allegation. You were down there in Bessemer. Did you hear anything more about this?
Make sure you. I'll make sure I get the link for him for his stuff too. He's really. I really enjoy when they have him on. I need to watch more of his stuff when he's not on Rising, but he. I've always really appreciated his point of view. I thought he was super nice guy. He's got a really nice voice too. Very pleasant to listen to.
What do you make of it?
I mean, my initial response is like a big fat, we told you so. And I don't even know who I'm saying that to, right? Because in a way, everyone knew what Amazon was doing was underhanded. I think what is really kind of depressed people after the union election result in Bessemer is just that, like, we feel kind of momentarily sort of powerless against this massive sort of entity. But I think it's really important then that we sit down and talk about how things could be different if the kind of circumstances and guardrails in place are kind of improved upon, right? But to answer your question, Sagar, like, so this goes even farther back than the installation of the USPS mailbox on private Amazon company property right in front of the main entrance. We'll get to that in a second, because that on its own is kind of a horrifying mixture of public resources and private entities deploying them for their own union busting ends. That also translates to Amazon having a permanent Bessemer police car parked in its parking lot and like basically kind of circling the entrances in a kind of low-key way of intimidating organizers there. Like, that is also another way Amazon has basically been able to tell local government what to do and why and how to protect Amazon's own private interests. But going even farther back, Amazon, if we recall, tried to delay this election in the first place. Not only did it try to delay it, but it tried to make it impossible for workers to vote by mail, right? Amazon actually petitioned the National Labor Relations Board before the election actually started, saying that it should mandate that workers could only submit their ballots in person in the middle of a pandemic, right? So Amazon has been trying this, like, in every way, shape, and form to basically keep workers from voting. And yet it's I know we've talked about it before, but it's like we're so routinely gaslit by these people because they try to tell us that the exact opposite is happening. Amazon tries to say, we put the mailbox on our property in front of the entrance so that we would encourage people to vote. It's like no, you did not, right? You did it so you could surveil people. You did it so you could intimidate people, and everybody knows that. But this is how Amazon works in a country where the labor laws and the repercussions for violating those labor laws are so stacked in favor of the bosses, because Amazon is able to kind of violate so explicitly the laws that are meant to protect working people's right to organize and represent themselves in the workplace. Amazon can just flout those completely, do something as illegal as this, not only installing the mailbox, but then giving its security.
So to that point, I'll give you a perfect example as your unofficial union representative, right? Shoot. I had a brain fart. Hang on.
Do something as illegal as this.
Right. Sorry about that. So I have worked in restaurants and I've had jobs before, right? And I have had an employer look me right in the face and say, you will only get paid for 39.5 hours. I will never pay you for 40 hours because you'll never do 40 hours worth of work. I've seen employers back out a quarter of an hour from the entire staff. Now, anyone out there who has any real experience in business knows that happens all the time. I have not worked in a restaurant where that didn't happen. And anyone in the restaurant industry, because see, you know what? The funny thing is, I'm not going back. And so I'm going to spill the tea. Enjoy. So, that being said, so what my friend here, who I've never met, but I mean, he just seems like such an awesome dude. What he's saying is that when the bosses choose to violate labor law, there's no repercussion ever. But if you're late because your kid's sick, you're fired. And we're not going to give you all your pay. Go tell somebody. So I am reaffirming what he's saying. And I'm trying to give you all examples as to, from the restaurant worker perspective, of what I've seen, because I've been the bridge between management and the staff for most of my career. And so I send a lot of paperwork out at the end of the night. I've always ended up having that job wherever I've been. And, it's just there. It's just right there. So he's right. And it goes way deeper than all of that. So we all know it's true. So please don't come to this conversation and convince me what I saw with my own two eyes for 30 years didn't happen. Don't. Because if you're going to do that, you need to come to my front door so I can put my arms around you and give you a nice big hug. Won't you be my neighbor?
Right to organize and represent themselves in the workplace, the repercussions for violating those labor laws, the mailbox on our property in front of the entrance so that we would encourage people to vote. It's like no, you did not, right? You did it so you could surveil people. You did it so you could intimidate people, and everybody knows that. But this is how Amazon works in a country where the labor laws and the repercussions for violating those labor laws are so stacked in favor of the bosses, because Amazon is able to kind of violate so explicitly the laws that are meant to protect working people's right to organize and represent themselves in the workplace. Amazon can just flout those completely, do something as illegal as this, not only installing the mailbox, but then giving its security guards access to that mailbox who were seen using those keys to look into the mailbox. And that, what if we saw people doing that in the general election? Everyone would be freaking out. Why is a union election that is supposed to be a democratically sanctioned process protected by the government, why are we not as horrified?
Come here. Shh. Come in. Lean in. We don't want anyone to hear what I'm going to say. Shh. The business world. Got your radios turned down. Is everybody listening? Shh. The business world is not democratic. It's authoritarian and fascist. I'm not saying it's evil, but when the boss says, go do something and you don't want to do it, that's not exactly democratic, is it? When a company has a... When the company has a board and the people on the board are supposed to represent the views of the company on how it's run, and there's and you in there, and there's no labor sitting on the board, there's nobody on the board that works in the company, mopping floors. I mean, American business, capitalism is non-democratic. So that's why they do that. Now, I understand that there are laws and that people are supposed to behave themselves. Well, just like to my point earlier, fact remains, business gets away with stealing from the employees a lot, and then they hire think tanks and they send around Chamber of Commerce meetings, because I've been there doing their buffet banquets, and then they say what we need to make the narrative is that employees steal from us, and we do. I've stolen from where I've worked before. I've taken a bottle of wine. I admit it. I'm a thief. But, let me say, however, in addition to that, I've also... Nope, there is no in addition. I've done it, so I have to admit it. Are the two equal? Maybe, I don't know. But I do know that I've never stolen from a coworker. Not once ever. And I may have made a drink on my way out the door, taking a piece of fish every now and then. But I'll tell you what, when you talk about stealing from thousands of people every week, and you're not paying them a living wage, and you treat them with disrespect, and you don't turn the air conditioner on. I mean, look, I'm not trying to justify anything, but we're not going to lie to one another, you and me. And so the reality is that the employee, if I would have gotten caught stealing a $3 wholesale bottle of wine, I would have lost my job. But nothing will happen to any corporate boss or small business boss who steals from his employees. So, just to reiterate what Dude was saying, so. Microphone.
Flout those completely, do something as illegal as this, not only installing the mailbox, but then giving, like, you know, its security guards access to that mailbox who were seen using those keys to look into the mailbox. And that, like, what if we saw people doing that in the general election? Everyone would be freaking out. Why is a union election that is supposed to be a democratically sanctioned process protected by the government, why are we not as horrified about meddling in that by a private entity as we would be in the general election?
Well, and there's a couple things too here that are additionally revealing. One is that executives at the highest level of Amazon were involved with this, and I think we have a tweet we can throw up here to that point. They involved themselves directly. Documents the Labor Board hearings show Amazon's lobbying USPS to install a mailbox for union election ballots included saying it was a highly visible initiative of executive Dave Clark, who leads the company's retail and logistics groups. So one piece is high-level executives saw this as a key priority. They saw this union drive as a real threat handled at the very highest levels of the company. That's number one. And number two, the fact they're able to successfully pressure USPS, well, why is that? How much of USPS's business comes from Amazon? This is their most critical client in the entire country. So it again shows you the way that when you have power in the political sphere, in the economic sphere, in the, as you point out, the legal sphere in terms of the way that the laws have been written and allow you to act with impunity, you can get away with anything.
You can. And I mean, like, I think we're like all of us here in some way or another are routinely committed to highlighting for people the fact that there are two separate systems in this country, at least.
Maximilian, that's such a great name. His mom loved him. So the real news. So I'm going to find that link and make sure it gets put in the description down there. He's just such a great, it just seems like such a nice guy. I don't know. Maybe I'm projecting.
Right? One for the wealthy and powerful and one for the rest of us. And this is how I would try to kind of explain it to people watching, is what keeps you from breaking the law, right? It's the fear of getting caught. It's the fear of the punishment, right? It's the fear that if that happens, knowing how our criminal justice systems operate, especially, if you're of a certain skin color or ethnicity or what have you, then the law is going to come down on you very, very hard, right? And that, scares us into not breaking the law. Now, why is Amazon, probably one of the most powerful entities in the world, Why does it have no fear whatsoever about breaking the law? Because the law does not apply to them with the same balance and ferocity that it does to us. We are the bigger threat to the system than Amazon doing what it's doing here. So that's the main thing that I would kind of underscore for people is you already know why this is such an injustice. Now follow that thread and start asking yourself, well, why isn't Amazon afraid? If they broke the law, wouldn't they get like really harsh punishments? No, they wouldn't, because again, like through legislation over decades, the punishments for doing this kind of thing are very minimal, and it also clashes with the kind of news cycle that we're also swept in, because Amazon can do this to get the result that it wants, and then in the months afterwards we find out how horrible and underhanded their tactics were. But by that point the news cycle has already moved on and Amazon's already won, right? We have to stop that cycle somehow. We have to commit to caring about this and seeing it through until there's another election, until Amazon is held accountable. But even then, again, I stress that, like, in a lot of ways, Amazon has already won, because one of the things that I was constantly talking about in my reporting on Amazon through the Real News is that they know, like, Amazon's business model, especially in its fulfillment centers, is based on grinding up human bodies and spitting them out when they have nothing left to give. This is what the workers there constantly talked about. They said, we're treated like robots. We're not treated like humans. We're run ragged. And then I dread going back into work tomorrow because I'm so tired. So what Amazon knows is that it's going to be sucking in these people, working them to the bone. And then when they are so tired they can't give anymore, it spits them out. That
Remember earlier, I asked you, or we were talking about the interview question, and I specifically said, ask your employer, am I disposable? Can you imagine somebody at Amazon like taking your application after you ask that question, them looking you in the face and saying, no, you're a valued member of the team, we'd never fire you? Just food for thought. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what their interviewers would say to that, but I mean, can you imagine if that was the response? After, I mean, reality is what it is.
going back into work tomorrow because I'm so tired. So what Amazon knows is that it's going to be sucking in these people, working them to the bone, and then when they are so tired they can't give anymore, it spits them out. That makes it very hard to organize a place like Amazon when you have such high turnover. So what Amazon has done is they've thwarted this initial election result, which means that now the union is the retail, wholesale, and department store union is embroiled in a battle with Amazon through the National Labor Relations Board to hold Amazon accountable. But all the time that it's taking to kind of see this through means more and more of the workers who were involved in that initial union process are probably leaving, are probably getting exhausted, are probably finding other jobs, because that is the model of Amazon. That's what makes it so difficult to organize in. But it's also a testament to why workers in Amazon need a union, because that is, if that's their model, then how can you go into a job knowing that the end result is that you are going to be ground down to nothing and spit out at the end of it? That is what we are trying to stop.
Yep, and we have a society that gives people little other option than that outcome.
Thanks, man.
Max, always so well.
Amen, Crystal. Amen, Max. Amen, Sagar. Just amen, everybody. It's like a question I've always asked. It's like, do you have to make the job so crappy? I mean, at a certain point, people are going to say, you're doing this on purpose, and you just want me to suffer. And maybe that's the test. Maybe it's a test. Who knows? I just know that if I were ever put in a position to where I could run a business, that if I couldn't pay my employees $20 an hour, I shouldn't be doing that. Now, that's not to say that I couldn't have a small business that maybe pays 3 people $20 an hour, right? I may not be able to have a company that has me, David Peppers, because I don't, right? But, everybody's like, $20 an hour. It's like, that's after you pay taxes. Even if you get some back at the end of the year, right? But you still are missing the money on your check when you get it, right? So after you pay your taxes, you're now down to $15 an hour. Now you got to pay insurance. Now you're down to $12 an hour. Now you got to pay retirement. Right now, you got $8 left. And some yaku wants 4 of it for rent. Now you got a couple kids and a sick mom. That's America. That's exactly what's going on. And the third rung on this board that I'm going to convince everybody that I hope God will send the Holy Spirit to me to convince you, to open your eyes to the fact that there are more homes in apartment buildings empty than there are homeless people. But even if for the sake of argument, right, that if you were to mass build simple 2-bedroom, 1-bath homes, you could do it for less than $75,000 a home. I'm not talking about the land, permits, I'm talking about the material. And it may be even more elevated right now because the lumber prices are so high. But if we were to do other things such as concrete, 3D printing, right? But if you could just for a moment close your eyes and imagine a situation where if you're paying rent right now, that if tomorrow you didn't have to pay rent, right? You had a 2-bedroom, 1-bath home in a decent neighborhood that was safe, that you wanted to live in, and it didn't cost you anything, it would change your life overnight. But you can't have that because they need you to clean their toilets.
Well said. Great to see you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
See you.
More Rising for you after this. In his latest piece, Matt Taibbi outlines a worker from Amazon. In his latest piece, Matt Taibbi outlines how the media has changed over the past decade, shifting from
I am going to let this run and step away. I need to use the restroom, and I can hear this in the background, but I'm really familiar with this story, and I'm a big fan of Matt Taibbi, so I don't want to not have it going, but I don't need to be fully engrossed in this one particular story, only because yes, I agree. Did you look at that breakdown of the number? It's 1,000 positive to 16 to the negative. I don't think I've ever seen such a disparaging difference. That's hysterical. Okay, so I'm here in the room. I'm right around the corner. I'm coming right back.
Intensely covering American intelligence and putting pressure on big actors like CIA Chief John Brennan to primarily focusing on Trump and Russian meddling, as well as calling for stronger oversight and censorship of free speech.
So journalist and author Matt Taibbi joins us now to discuss. Matt, what's the overall trend that you're pointing to here, especially now, post-Russiagate and everything?
Yeah, again, not that long ago, I would say even 5 or 6 years ago, the intelligence agencies were under fairly intense scrutiny by the press around the world. There was a lot of pressure put on the intel agencies after revelations like Snowden's whistleblowing, the revelation of the secret surveillance program that the NSA had, torture, open-ended prison sentences, and the WikiLeaks revelation, the Afghan war logs, the Guantanamo Bay logs, and suddenly in the age of Trump, they've successfully sort of turned public opinion completely around, and the services are now seen as being a sort of force against Trump, and they've managed to steer public opinion in the direction of, the public should be on the side of the FBI, CIA, and NSA, and I think that's a significant development.
And you see that reflected in the views of base Democrats in terms of how they feel about the FBI and the CIA. Something we've tracked here and that you track very effectively in this piece is you keep seeing these pieces pop up in mainstream outlets of like, we got to be worried about podcasts, right? Started with Parler, and then it's podcasts, and then it's Substack is the threat. I mean, there's almost no platform that hasn't come under this type of scrutiny. Of course, listening in on Clubhouse conversations to see if they can find something they can pull out to paint the whole project as nefarious. What is going on here? I mean, what is behind this new trend in journalism?
This is, to me, a repeat of what happened after 9/11 when there was intense propaganda right after the World Trade Centers collapsed, where they said, any country that's not under our direct control, any place that could potentially be a safe haven is unsafe, and that we have to invade those places and pacify them and put them under our control. Sort of a parallel situation is now developing with digital space, where they're saying any place where extremists can, quote, talk amongst themselves. That's a phrase that I've encountered a lot coming from ex-intelligence people who are now, all talking heads on cable. Those places are dangerous. So we need to have all of those places under the control of companies that can censor them on demand. And that's what, sort of formats like Clubhouse or podcasts, things that are not easily regulated by algorithmic searches, those are portrayed as dangerous, and the public has backed this overwhelmingly, and that's what's amazing.
Yeah, and let's go into the policy implications. This is something I covered here on the show, which is when you create a hagiography around people like Susan Hennessy, for example, and she becomes this Russiagate celebrity. She's now running the National Security Division at the DOJ, where she will have subpoena power, she'll be presenting warrants before FISA courts and all of that. And she also, when she wasn't talking about Russiagate, was going after Edward Snowden and justifying FISA warrantless surveillance. That's the real policy consequence of all of this.
Absolutely. And again, incredibly, just a couple of weeks ago, we had a declassification of a Foreign Intelligence Service Court ruling that showed once again, for the fourth time in my counting, that the FBI has been caught repeatedly violating the very minimal safeguards that exist to prevent the intel agencies from abusing FISA surveillance powers to spy on, for instance, domestic actors, people who are not connected to foreign intelligence investigations. They've been busted over and over and over again, and the public is not concerned about that because they perceive FISA as a tool that can be used to crack down on extremists and insurrectionists, or whatever the term du jour is. And so all of these abuses that were a major concern of liberals, I think, right up until the end of the Obama era, are now perceived as being something that, are used against the Trumpists only, and that therefore they're good things, and that's incredibly dangerous.
Matt, what do you say to the pushback here of, look, as journalists, what we're trying to do is combat violent, dangerous white supremacists and other extremists who pose a threat, both internally in your community, but also at a broader national level. What do you say to that pushback?
Certainly, it's a legitimate story to go after and investigate those kinds of groups. There's no question that they're an incredible danger. I think this is something that liberals were saying, even dating back to the earliest days after 9/11, that the most dangerous terrorist threat in America was probably domestic, sort of white supremacists, maybe, certainly nationalist extremists. However, the troubling aspect for me is that you see all these news agencies launching these investigations into the behaviors of people in various corners of the internet, but they're also suspending their interest in going after the much, much more dangerous activities of the intelligence agencies, who are doing things like filing tens of thousands of national security letters where people are being surveilled without their knowledge, where the private telecom companies are giving away information, where people's medical information is being given to the authorities. All that stuff people no longer care about because they're focused on this other thing, which has been hyped as the threat in modern America. And I think it's not commensurate to what the actual problem is.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Thanks for joining us, man. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
See you, Matt.
Crystal Sagar, take care.
More Rising for you after this.
Some stunning new developments in the media business, which has major impacts for all of you. Let's put this up there on the screen, which is AT&T spinning off its media business in a deal with Discovery. So now they have created a company bigger than Netflix, NBC Universal, Warner Media, and Discovery together generate more than $41 billion in sales last year with a $10 billion annual profit. And this matters a lot for the future of CNN, Crystal, because actually selling to a more profitable and larger media entity will make it so that CNN will be largely impervious from market pressures and can continue its horrific slide into whatever the hell it is becoming. But it also matters a lot for content, which is that Warner Media, which is what owns HBO Max, is another area where there have been a lot of controversy recently. And it was very telling to me that Jason Kilar, he's a studio executive who was involved with a lot of what was happening at HBO Max, is said to be on his way out. It matters in terms of studio control, because what was happening is that HBO Max during the pandemic was like, look, people can't go to theaters. We're just going to put our stuff direct on HBO Max for subscribers. Studios freaked out because a lot of their back end for actors and all these other people, their money comes from that. So in a way, this is kind of a revenge on that. But the business behind this dramatically informs what you see and what you hear, and the increased corporatization and the combining of Warner Media, CNN, Oprah Winfrey, and HGTV. It's terrible, in my opinion, because it just more consolidation leads to basically you are impervious from the real market, and it actually still controls mass media.
Right, so it's a massive content monopoly.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you're looking at here. And the failure of AT&T to be able to make this thing work is also very interesting, because when this deal initially came together over the objections, again, of a lot of people who saw this as a major antitrust violation, and they had to, go to court and fight to win the right to have that merger to start with. The idea was, okay, you've got AT&T, which has like the backbone of distribution, and then you're going to layer on top of this integration of you've got the content and you've got the architecture. But, creating content that people want to watch is a wildly different business than broadband or wireless or 5G or any of that. And they just really weren't able to figure out how to make any of that work. They blame the court process holding them back. But I think ultimately they didn't have the know-how to actually create content and make this business make sense. So it's a dramatic failure on their part of something that was much heralded and that everybody was writing columns about how this was the future of how things were going to be going with everything all stacked within one company. So you're moving from that sort of an antitrust issue to now over to, okay, well, we'll just put all the content players together in one piece. It is a dramatic shakeup, and will be interesting to see the implications that it ultimately has. In terms of CNN, there's a specific implication here for Jeff Zucker. He was saying that he was probably going to leave People are now saying maybe he's going to stay around longer because he likes the executive here more than he liked the executive over at AT&T, and he felt that their cost-cutting measures were sort of cramping their style at CNN. And even though CNN's ratings have been dramatically down, as we've covered here, in the post-Trump era, that's actually not where the bulk of their revenue comes from. When you put these news channels on the cable network, it actually, it increases subscribers. People, even if they're not going to really watch the news that much, they want to have it in the lineup. So they're able to get these pretty premium carrier fees. That's where a lot of their revenue comes from. So in a way, these businesses, even though we talk about the ratings a lot with cable news, especially Fox and CNN, are actually insulated a lot from the daily ratings ups and downs, which, yes, have an impact on their revenue, but are actually not the biggest piece of their revenue. So they were already somewhat insulated from that pressure, and this will make them even more so.
Yeah, I'm really fascinated to see what's going to happen here, especially because CNN is explicitly abandoning its kind of facts. I mean, it already did, but I'm saying even in terms of their marketing. I saw a Washington Post piece where it's like CNN becomes emotional, like anchors crying on the air and giving speeches, and I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what we need. But that is what more of what they're trying to lean into in order to make up for the ratings mess and explicitly abandoning some of what they were doing. So I think even the change in the marketing and now with the new business, it just has big implications, because to try and understand the business behind what you see actually does dramatically inform what happens. Like how our culture is driven by mass media is something you just
follow the money.
just can't ignore. The business implications around that immense. This new corporate media conglomerate, another step in the same direction.
Indeed.
There we go.
All right, we'll have more Rising for you after this. Earlier in the week, we spoke with human rights lawyer Stephen Donziger, who faces right now up to 6 months in prison for charges stemming from his law.
This has got to be the most bullshit story. I mean, not the story itself, but this poor man. Remember, no good deed goes unpunished, right? This poor man, just doing his job, helping people. This big oil company comes along, and they got the dude locked up for 2 years. Like, the government didn't even want to sue the guy. And now we're letting a corporation pay and prosecute with their own attorneys this guy who sued them, with lawyers that work for them. This is this is stupid. I don't know how this is. He hasn't lost his life. There are many people that have encounters with the law on a daily basis that don't survive. So he's a step ahead. But the fact remains, an American citizen is on house arrest for 2 years. Oh, hang on.
Lawsuit against Chevron. That case has garnered international attention, with human rights and climate activists all calling for his release. That group includes former Democratic presidential candidate Marianne Williamson and also actress and activist Susan Sarandon. And they join us now to talk about their push for Donziger's freedom. Ladies, it's so great to see both of you.
Thanks for having us.
So Susan, we interviewed Stephen earlier in the week, but just to lay on a few of the details for people who may not have been following this case that closely, essentially this all stems from the fact that he won a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit against Chevron for pollution in Ecuador that has deeply impacted indigenous people there. Chevron has come after him with everything they have, resulting in he's been in home confinement now for over 2 years for what is now a misdemeanor charge of contempt of court. He says he didn't want to turn over his cell phone and his computer because of client confidentiality. That's the trial that just now is being wrapped up. So those are some of the details of the case, but I'm curious from your perspective, Susan, What are the issues at stake here, and why has this been so important for you to focus on?
Well, first of all, it just blew my mind that this was done on purpose. This, it wasn't a case of a slip or a leak or anything else. They knew that these people didn't have a voice. They decided they weren't worth the expense of having to do it the right way, so they dumped. That just was extraordinary to me. Secondly of all, it sets a precedent. If they can torture somebody the way that, and take away his, he hasn't been able to earn a living. He's been on house arrest and all these legal fees and everything. If they can send that message to other activists, journalists,
I really like her. I've all the movies I've seen her in. If you don't know anything about me, I love cinema. I'm a sponge. I love it, and I admire a lot of the work she's done as an actress. I think she's really good, and she's, I don't know her, but just from what has been presented to me by the window box. She seems like a decent broad, and I mean that with the greatest respect. She just, what a lovely lady, and but I love and Marianne Williamson is just awesome too. I mean, how great was that when she ran for president? I mean, that takes a lot of guts to do anything like that. I mean, let alone, anyway. I'm going to back it up a little bit because I just want to make sure I give it the attention it deserves here. So, all right. I'll turn the microphone down.
Well, first of all, it just blew my mind that this was done on purpose. This, it wasn't a case of a slip or a leak or anything else. They knew that these people didn't have a voice. They decided they weren't worth the expense of having to do it the right way, so they dumped. That just was extraordinary to me. Secondly of all, it sets a precedent. If they can torture somebody the way that, and take away his, he hasn't been able to earn a living. He's been on house arrest and all these legal fees and everything. If they can send that message to other activists, journalists, that once a corporation is involved, the justice system just goes out the window, then that threatens all of us, really. It means that if you have enough money and you have enough perseverance, you can just take on an ordinary person. And he has the strength to go through this for 2 years and plus, but everybody doesn't. And I think that that's really, really important, is to understand that what's happened to the influence of corporations within our judicial system.
Marianne, what did you think of the press coverage of the trial? Do you think that this has gotten the attention that it's deserved so that people can really see the abuses that are involved?
Slowly but surely, it's getting better. There was an article in The Nation the other day. Podcast hosts such as yourself are giving it attention, but newspapers like the New York Times don't want to go there. Everything that Susan said is so profoundly true. Big oil giants, huge multinational corporations like this, have thought that they just had impunity to treat people and to treat the earth however they wanted to. And how dare any of us, any human rights lawyer, any environmentalist, any activist movement for justice or for environmental responsibility, dare to question them. And that's why instead of paying the money, the money that they have spent already trying to destroy Stephen Donziger is much more money than it would have cost them to just clean up that area of the Amazon, which they don't even deny that Texaco poisoned the way it did. No money yet has gone to these 30,000 farmers. And when you look at what Stephen has done, as Susan said, that he's had the strength of character to go through what he did for the Ecuadorians, I think what Susan and I, and now many, many more people every day are feeling, if Stephen could show up like that for the people in Ecuador, we can show up for Stephen.
And Susan, what do you think is Chevron's goal here? What is the message they want to send, or what are they trying to accomplish by, they've destroyed Stephen's life over the past 2 years.
Don't mess with us. Just do not even try. I think that's clearly the message. It's unprecedented that that this kind of a sentence happens for just not turning over your computer and your phone, that they have spun it into this whole contempt of court thing. And sitting there and seeing the disdain of the judge who and the patronizing attitude she had and the way she kept interrupting information. She's connected to the Federalist Society, which is funded by Chevron. The lawyer is from the firm that also handles Chevron. It was just a Chevron showcase of their strength. And it didn't even seem like a trial. I mean, it was pretty shocking to see how it was conducted under those circumstances.
Marianne, that was one of the things that Stephen pointed out to us in our interview with him, is that no one has spent one single day in home confinement for a misdemeanor contempt charge. And he's been confined to his home now for more than 250 days, wearing an ankle bracelet. I mean, all of that. Faces potentially up to 6 months in prison, again, for a contempt charge, which he very much disputes, and again says that this was about client confidentiality. The U.S. government declined to put a prosecutor on the case. That's how you ended up with the prosecutor that's there, whose law firm also has financial ties to Chevron. I think part of what people will be wondering watching this is just, how does this happen and what can they possibly do to change the outcome of the direction this is headed in right now?
Well, you're right. The U.S. justice system just took a pass on this, although the judge kept saying, while Susan and I were in the courtroom, oh, well, they just did that because they didn't have the resources. And let's look at this client privilege, attorney privilege confidentiality at this point. We're talking about environmental activists in Ecuador. So if Chevron and oil giants would do to these people what they've already done, showing complete disregard for their lives, complete disregard for their livelihood, you think these people should be considered safe to give over to Chevron their names and addresses? So he is taking not just the strong ethical and legal stance of any lawyer, and he was in the middle of making an appeal for this, but also a strong humanitarian stance. Now, you're right. Most Americans are shocked. They didn't know that a private corporation could basically take over the U.S. justice system. Nobody knew this kind of loophole even exists, and yet it does. And so when you ask what can people do now, what we need is for Merrick Garland to get involved. What we need is for people to call the Attorney General's office, to call their reps. You know, some Congress people have written a letter. Many Nobel Prize winners have spoken up. We need it to go further now. People are starting to hear about it. We need people to take action. Call Merrick Garland's office. Say that you do not want this show to be a prosecution. This show, it is a show trial. We do not want this to be a prosecution by Chevron. We want it returned to the U.S. courts. And just as Chevron has said, they have spent so much money on this already. They know that this is a red line. This has got to stop. If we let this go forward, who knows what human rights activists might think that they could get away with in front of the encroachment of U.S. corporate power. We can't let the environmental activists do this. We can't let the human rights activists do this. And their view, as they have stated it, is that they will keep on this trial until hell freezes over. And our message has got to be, so will we.
Susan, what is your message to the Biden administration on this, and have they weighed in any way on this case?
As far as I know, no. But, you know, look at Standing Rock. Nobody weighed in on that until the veterans showed up months and eyes and arms and legs later. You know, so I think that where oil is concerned, when you look at the corporate ties to all of these candidates and presidents and whatever, it's going to have to come from the bottom up, and we have to put pressure. I think even just getting this information, when people hear about this case, it's so shocking. And again, it's so important that it's clear what side you should be on. So I think the important thing that people can do, in addition to what Marianne was talking about, is also just get this information to your friends. Google, email, it's there in some private way. You can find these articles and things, not in mainstream media, but make it mainstream by passing it on. Thank you for doing what you're doing with this, because this is when we were trying to figure how could we get it so that people know. I mean, we thought of you, of course, and it's very important that you're getting the facts out there, because that's the beginning. Nothing can happen until people are lit with the fire that we have. When you see the pictures of the birth defects and the deaths and the cancer and the statistics, and this is their drinking water, their bathing water, their cooking water. I mean, it's just horrific that they thought that they could just do it and get away with it, and that should incense everyone for themselves, to protect themselves from future corporate influence.
It is an outrageous story. I interviewed Stephen a while back, well more than a year ago, and I remember when I was first learning the details of the case, I just literally couldn't believe it. It really is that shocking that you think you must be missing some other side to the story. But as I've dug in, as you said, it's pretty morally clear here. Ladies, thank you so much for the time. Thank you for doing what you can to call attention to this.
Thank you so much.
Great to see you both. We'll have more Rising for you after this.
Well, I hope you enjoyed the that show. It's real informative. I think I get a lot out of just. It is a Friday show, which is a little. It's a Friday show, so it's a little bit more bits and pieces. Like during the anyway, it was. I enjoy it, and I hope you did too. All right, so I got the mic on. So what I'm doing is this is the dude they were talking about. So that's on the Wikipedia page. So it says he represented over 30,000 farmers and indigenous people from Ecuador in a case against Chevron related to environmental damage and health effects caused by oil drilling. Okay, so wow. Okay. This is insane. Okay, so I'm just reading it right off the Wikipedia page. Okay. Donjinger, I have a hard time with his name, but we'll just call him Steven. So Steven represented over 30,000 farmers and indigenous people from Ecuador in a case against Chevron related to environmental damage and health effects caused by oil drilling. The Ecuadorian courts awarded the plaintiffs $9.5 billion in damages, which led to Chevron to withdraw its assets. Ooh, what was that? That must have been a kid. So the courts awarded the farmers $9 billion in swag. Chevron had to hightail it out, right? Because they took all of their property, like trucks, like anything that had the word Chevron on it, disappeared from Ecuador so that they couldn't be seized and sold. Now, then, so Stephen, the guy in question that's in house arrest. So Stephen, the guy in house arrest, represented 30,000 farmers in Ecuador because they sued Chevron for the health effects of the drilling, right? So they're like, it's like Flint, Michigan, right? So like, hey, look, you're poisoning our water, we're dying, okay? They knew they were poisoning the water. See, that was the whole thing. It's like they knew what was going on, evidently, allegedly. So, so Chevron didn't pay the swag, took their stuff and left. Then Chevron in the United States files a RICO suit against Stephen in New York City. Now, a RICO suit, if I'm not mistaken, is the racketeering suit, right? This is what they get gangsters with, right? Okay, so Chevron's trying to say that the lawyer that sued them was representing a criminal organization. I think that's where they're coming from. But hey, if you know the real answer to that, put it in the chat. I want to know. But I think that's what they're saying, because then it says that the ruling couldn't be of the Ecuadorian courts could not be enforced in the U.S. because it had been achieved through offenses against legal ethics, including racketeering. Then they disbarred Stephen. And he's been under house arrest since August of 2019. In 2020, 29 Nobel laureates described the actions taken by Chevron against Stephen as judicial harassment. Well, I guess in a way we're doing their bidding, right? I mean, because this is a king's gambit. Well, I don't know if that's exactly the right metaphor to use, but the point is that if we spread the news and nothing happens to Chevron, then we just all participated in Chevron's PR of fear. But if we somehow can click and like and throw $1 at somebody and call somebody and Karen out on somebody about this, because look, I don't care if you are a conservative or a libertarian, okay, a corporation has no place in prosecuting an American citizen when the American justice system, the government doesn't want to charge them. So this is my 2 cents. I don't think that that's right. I didn't think it was possible. They could literally pay for the court and then pick the people that's in the court. It's not like they're paying for the normal court procedure. They're paying for their own people to be in the court, running the court. Right? Just remember that. Evidently there's no jury yet. I don't think there's a jury. So it's this woman, this judge, who evidently, from what Crystal said, is a think tank member that is basically funded by Chevron, right? She's a Heritage Foundation. So if you don't know what the Heritage Foundation is, I think that's what right? It is a paid for Now, this is from their website, right? So this is like as gravy. This is like as good as they're going to be. Like, they will never be as good as what they say in the description, right? I think we all know that, right? Join over 500,000 fellow conservatives in America and take action against progressivism. Give a tax-deductible donation in support of liberty, small government, and free enterprise. So take the money that you extracted from poor people, write it off in your taxes to us, who will hire journalists and scientists and mathematicians to come up with a good argument to prove why you should continue to take money from poor people. Ta-da! It's magic. Yeah, well, anybody can do that, right? Well, not if you're poor and have no extra money to donate, right? See, it's a zero sum, right? It comes in one hand and out the other. They never miss it. They never miss it. Give your tax. Become part of a movement that can transform America. What do they want to transform? So they don't like it the way it is. They want to transform America from this into what? What wonderful dystopia do these people want to transform America into? Right? I mean, so they don't like this. They don't like this. Okay, so free enterprise, limited government, individual freedom, traditional American values, and a strong national defense. Now, traditional American values. I wonder if the person that typed those words was divorced. What? I wonder if the person that typed that's like put this out, is in a committed long-term marriage, right? It's never stolen, Oh, what color skin do you think it was? The person that wrote that. You think that they were Hindu Indian? Well, I wonder. Interesting. Limited government is an interesting phrase. Limited government, what that means, when you hear rich white people say limited government, what they mean is police that only work for them. That's what that means. Free enterprise means you'll never get in. Individual freedom means you will smile while you're cleaning my toilet. And traditional American values is slavery. And a strong national defense, because we've pissed off the world and we need to defend our swag over here. So there you go. So now become a part of a movement, right? So the point is that's what they want. These are the values that we fight for every single day. As the nation's largest, most broadly supported think tank, it's a PR group, public relations. That's what a think tank is. It's a PR group. The Heritage Foundation has long been the bastion of the American conservative movement. The Iraq War was brought to you by the Heritage Foundation, evidently. And with more, allegedly, and with more than 500,000 members, our ranks are growing stronger every day. I wonder how many of those 500,000 members were at the Capitol on January 6th. Just wondering. Who knows? Who knows? America faces difficult times ahead. Oh. Yeah, right now our nation is heading into a time of trial. We live in a deeply divided nation. That's not on purpose, right? That's just that they had nothing to do with that. I just want you to know the Heritage Foundation had nothing to do with any division in America. They're just saying there is division. That in a way is like a corporate like touchstone. Look what we did, allegedly. Right now our nation is heading into a time of trial. We live in a deeply divided nation where public discourse is broken. Now I wonder why that is. And respect for different opinions has dwindled to nothing. Two opposing ideologies fight for the future of America, and I agree. I absolutely agree. Lean in, come close to Peppers, come close to the homosexual. The two opposing factions, ideologies fighting for the future of America. It is democracy versus fascism, not socialism. It's democracy versus fascism. I believe every American has the right to vote that can't be taken away for any reason. And nobody should stand in your way from voting. But I also think, saying that if you in any way manipulate the vote, that's like punishment, life in prison. First time offense. Per count. So if you do, so you're never getting out, ever. Because there's nothing more in a democracy. No one should ever have the right to take away your right to vote. To hold that at such a high value, you also have to make the punishment for going against that extreme. So nobody does it, right? But the fact remains is that there is a group of people in America that know that the only way they can continue to get their way is if they manipulate the vote. And it's just one group of people, and it is a elite group. It is not only Democrats. There are libertarians and conservatives alike that have so much money. It is a wealth divide. It's that simple. Doesn't matter if they're Republican or Democrat. I know a lot of people really don't like Rush Limbaugh. They don't. God rest his soul. I hope it's all worked out the way he thought it would. He revolutionized a medium, and for whatever it's worth, he was railing against the elitism, the divide in wealth among people, and what that did, the country club elites. And he was right about that. Now, he laid it solely on the feet of the Democrats, which is how he lost me. So, because it's on both sides. So, now this is funny. Okay, America faces difficult times ahead, but there is hope. And it's surely going to come from the hero, the Heritage Foundation, who has done nothing but to enforce open opinions and dialogue and what else was this garbage that they said? whatever. So the outlook seems bleak, and the deck seems stacked against conservative principles. We have a White House and a legislature bent on pushing a far left agenda. Really? What is that? I haven't heard. I mean, far left. You mean like a $15 minimum wage? Would you consider that far left? Okay, I mean, if that's what you want to say, but guess what? It didn't pass, did it? They want to end the filibuster. Well, I mean, I have an opinion about that, but I'm going to keep going. And this is hey, if anybody in the Heritage Foundation's listening, you should take this one part out of the sentence because it makes you look like a real gaslighter. They want to end the filibuster and pack the Supreme Court with their own judges. Now, are you implying that you don't? Or are you just acknowledging that that's what everyone wants to do? But you don't say it like that, do you? Because you want to do the same thing. But so, I mean, maybe it's me just being a poor, naive nobody. But that just seems kind of like, really, you could write that on and like, okay. And advance their socialist policies unchecked. Okay, this is like what I was talking about this morning. I will have a conversation with anyone if, while we're talking and we are using the word socialist, that there's a 3x5 card in each of our hands with that definition on the card. Right? Because people on the left can call people fascist and not even be able to write the definition down. So that's silly. Right. So socialist policies unchecked, that it's not, I mean, really, this is you people are educated. This is what we could see. Deeply disastrous policies like the Green New Deal, Medicare for all, and attacks on our freedom of speech. You mean like in the workplace? Heritage Foundation? You mean like, should I be able to say what I want in the workplace? Oh, that's right. Boy, am I glad I plugged in and started reading stuff. Over 5 million Americans visit our daily Signal website each year. Look at that. Speak of the devil. Okay, so Heritage Foundation, you said traditional American principles. So are you for or against divorce? Are you for or against interracial marriage? Are you for or against the minimum wage? Are you for or against redlining? Are you for or against let's see, traditional American values. Oh, I know. When you say traditional American values, do you mean enough money so that people like the woman can, that one of the members of the household can stay at home and manage the home, which is a full-time job in and of itself. And the other one can go out and make enough money to cover the cost for everybody. Are you talking about those traditional American values? Where you could get like a real good paying job with a high school diploma? Or segregation? Are we talking about that traditional American value? It is an interesting, like, what do you mean? Because if you mean by traditional American values the ability to capitalists to rape, plunder, and pillage the poor folk of this country, yeah, I don't want it. But that's okay. I want a strong family. I think if you're going to drag me into a church so I can witness your lovely ceremony ministered to by a man or woman of the cloth, and God bless it, you don't get divorced. Because if you do, you're going to pay me the money I spent on coming to your wedding. In a church. Now I'm not talking about getting documents signed so that you can see your husband or wife in the hospital, right? That's not what I'm talking about. But when you're going to anoint a union in public and call God into it, you don't get divorced. Traditional American values, does that mean telling the truth all the time? Does that mean traditional American values? I noticed that they left Christ out of that. And the message of Christ is really not what America does. And so that's kind of disgusting. So 500,000 people, 5 million people a year go to that and click on that stuff. So that is the group that the judge is a member of. And Chevron gives money to the Heritage Foundation, allegedly. She is overseeing the trial that is being paid for by Chevron. And the guy that's prosecuting Stephen, wait for it, his law firm has business dealings with Chevron. An American citizen who represented 35,000 farmers because Chevron allegedly, by an Ecuadorian court, polluted their land. Allegedly. Now, you can be mad at me and I could be wrong. But what you can't acknowledge is that just some poor, dumb dude in Georgia is aware of this and finds it really distasteful and disgusting. Now, that may mean nothing to anyone in the world. But, I mean, it's better to know than not to know, right? To the Heritage Foundation, bad. And Stephen, good. He's a hero. Stephen's like a hero. And it seems, allegedly, that Chevron's being the villain in this. Allegedly. Right? You're either a hero, a civilian, or a villain. In my column of philosophy on the board. And we either act like heroes, we either act like villains, or we act like the citizen. And There is truth in the world, no matter what certain think tanks and philosophers say. One thing Ayn Rand did get right, one thing Aristotle did get right, is that A is A, that there is truth in the universe. And in nature, it's tooth or claw, right? And that's how corporations act. They are the predator, and we are the prey. I'm sure I'm not the first person to ever say that before, so, but whoever did say it, kudos to you, because that's, kitty cat. So I haven't looked at. Time's flying. All right, so I want to grab some little snack, and I'm gonna put on some more of like a news thing, just so that I can do my thing. Hope you all are having a wonderful day. Lord God up in heaven, send some angels down to help us protect Mr. Steven. Bless all the people that are trying to protect the planet and keep the water clean and the air nice and the birds singing and, food on the table. Help us, Lord. Help us. Help us, please, God. Help us be courage and brave heroes and go out in the world and give us the patience to peacefully let the bad people that are trying to muck it all up, give us the strength to just bear this so that they can go quietly into the night. But give us the intelligence and the fortitude and the courage to make a plan so that when they are gone, we'll know what to do. So this is Democracy at Work. He's pretty cool. Let's see, I thought he just put something up here. So this is a really cool little segment here. Let's go and watch this, and I'm going to grab a little drinky drink real quick and stretch my legs. My butt's, what's left of my little tiny butt is falling asleep. So hope y'all are having a good day. Pray for peace. Be a hero. Learn something. Do a push-up. Be nice to an animal.
So let me begin by...
Okay.
asking you why you focus on the work, particularly of women and particularly of women of color, that is uncounted, unvalued. What's that about, and why did that capture your interest?
Thank you. It's a great question. So it captured my interest because I am a feminist economist, and feminist economists generally focus on gender disparities, either in the formal workplace or I think especially in the realm of the household. And so you talked about this process of uncounted work. Feminists take a look at the work that women disproportionately perform within the household, cooking and cleaning and laundry and caregiving services, which are very important, but also benefit other household members. But what I found, and I used to use that framework quite a bit, but what I found over a period of time is that it really did not do an adequate job of capturing a lot of the unpaid work that racially marginalized, or what I refer to as racialized women, perform for their own communities. And so what I ended up doing is developing a framework that really it's an intersectional feminist political economy framework that puts the lived experiences of African American women at the center in our understanding of unpaid work. And I think about it in terms of African American women's understandings of womanhood and also of feminism. And so the key to that, to thinking about that, is the focus on lived experience is really important here. If we look at the lived experiences of white American women, for example, white American women's lived experience is not informed by racial oppression, generally not. And so the theories that they have developed about women's oppression are really tied to their experiences relative to men. And so white women have tended to develop theories that prioritize women's oppression within the household. But that is really not the experience, the lived experience of African American women or other racialized women within the United States. Our experiences, our lived experiences, are informed by our membership in racially oppressed communities. It affects our identities as women and also a sense of shared responsibility that we have to a community. And so my argument then is that what it means to be a woman and our experience of gender oppression is not just about relations within a private household relative to men, but also it's based on factors that are external to the household. So I ended up developing this framework really that focuses on informal work that women are producing collectively. They are cooperatively producing unpaid work. So it's not channeled through a market. There's no buying and selling, and they are not paid for their services. And typically when we think about these activities, we think about that as political and not so much economic. And my argument is that there is a lot of work, a lot of unpaid work that goes into all of those activities, and that we, as you said, we should count it, we should look at it and quantify it because it has enormous benefits to the community.
Why do you think this has been ignored the way it has? It's sort of obvious once you tell us these stories and give us these examples that really valuable services are being produced by human labor and made available to the community. Why has this been ignored? Why are you finding yourself, exploring a new area in some sense in terms of economic analysis?
Yeah, I think that's the million-dollar question, right? Because I think that I think it's complicated. I think that on the one hand, that African American women who engage in these activities tend to think of it as services. But I think the other part of it is that there tends to be a devaluation of work that African American women perform for their own communities and for their own families. And so I think that that also is part of the reason why there has been an erasure of this work or that it's been unseen.
Yeah, I think it fits into the very way that capitalism in this country has systematically, culturally devalued the working class, white and black, and this is a particular way to do that for the black community and so on. Okay,
well, it's important here. I think what you just mentioned is also significant because the value that is placed on women's work varies according to race. Right. And so the example that I often give is the case of a middle-class white woman who is a homemaker. Although she is doing work that does not have much value because it doesn't have a market value attached to it, she's socially valued as a caregiver, as a homemaker. But a Black woman has never been valued as a mother in our society. And certainly a poor Black woman who wanted to be a stay-at-home mom and receive support from the state would be devalued for that choice.
If not demonized socially
Absolutely.
as well.
Alrighty. Well, I hope you like that. I need to put his links and stuff on my thing, but he's Democracy at Work is one of the channels I support through Patreon, and I hope you'll go there. Oops. Here is all his information. I'll repost it. But it's So here's all his links. I'll share this page. But he's always been. I really enjoy. If you ever wanted to learn about economic principles, he's really good at explaining it really easy, and he's just a real. He's a good teacher. So yeah, let's go ahead and share that. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't. I haven't watched any of this, but it's like the thing. The thing about democracy now is that it's just the news is so real that it kind of hurts. Because it makes me sad. But I mean, sometimes you have to. I mean, you have to watch it to know, right? That it's going on. Right? You have to care. Well, I mean, you know what? You maybe not even have to care, but you just have to know. It's like one of the questions I like to ask people. It's like, when you are walking down the street and there's a homeless person laying in the road, and you step over that person and you keep going, right? Does that mean that you hate homeless people? I don't think so. I think the honest truth is that the way society operates today is that you are a neutral bystander, right? And the morals of our society say that it's okay to step over a human being laying on the ground. Okay, so the best we get is neutral, right? So you can step over a homeless person, no harm, no foul, right? But you definitely don't get a gold star for that, right? In my book. But so the issue is, like, if taking no action, either for or against something, right? You're not for homelessness, you're not against it at that moment. You've just got to get to work, or you've got to go on about your business, right? So stepping over that human being at that point in our society is acceptable, right? But you didn't put that person there, right? So you're just a neutral bystander. And so when we look at the world and we see all these things that are happening and how overwhelming it is, is watching and being aware of these things, does it do you good? I always think that if looking at bad stories ever makes you sad, then Sorry, my cat's down where he shouldn't be and he knows it. Velen, he's the problem child, but I love him so much. He's such a good boy. But he is a problem child. Anyway, let's just look at the headlines, because we can bear 12 minutes of headlines, and then I don't know if I can look at that poor man, the story of. I mean, but I feel like I should watch those to be like a witness, hey, look, I saw you, I see you. So I know all the links for sure for Democracy Now! Are down below. They're all clickety-click. I took everything off the page. Velen, come on, baby. Go my monitor. Come here. Say hello. This is Velen. Say hello, Velen. He's buddy. He's problem child. This big boy in the back. Anyway, so all the links are down below. I'm going to like and because I always want to put my money where my mouth is, my little pink hand down there. So I got the likey and we'll share. Okay. And all their likes and stuff are right there. So every morning, I try every day. A lot of news. Okay, let's go. Turn the mic down.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The Quarantine Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Israel and Hamas agreed Thursday to an Egyptian-brokered ceasefire, bringing a halt to Israel's 11-day shelling and bombing campaign that devastated the Gaza Strip, killing 243 Palestinians, including 66 children. Rockets fired by Hamas killed 12 people in Israel, including 2 children. Residents of Gaza and the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem broke out in celebrations early Friday morning as the ceasefire took hold. Bodies are still being pulled from the rubble. Al Jazeera reports at least 9 bodies have been found today, including one of a 3-year-old girl. Those who survived the assault, especially children, say they'll carry psychological scars for years. This is 31-year-old Gaza father Mohammed al-Mashrawi.
My children are having nightmares at night. They're not making any sense because of the fear. They are suffering from hysteria. My little one takes medicine to be able to sleep because she is always tired from the bombing and the strange sounds that we hear. It is crazy. We can't stand it anymore.
The 11-day bombardment has devastated Gaza's civilian infrastructure, with Israeli strikes hitting electricity, water, sewage, and telecommunications lines. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres welcomed the ceasefire and urged Israel to allow rapid and unhindered aid access to the Palestinian territories.
The fighting has left thousands of Palestinians homeless and forced over 50,000 people to leave their homes and seek shelter in UNRWA schools, mosques, and other places with little access to water, food, hygiene, or health services. I was horrified by reports that 9 members of one family were killed in Al-Shati refugee camp. If there is a hell on earth, it is the lives of children in Gaza today.
President Biden, whose administration has repeatedly blocked UN Security Council statements and resolutions calling for a ceasefire, spoke Thursday night and commended Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is expected to visit the region soon. After headlines, we'll go to Gaza and Jerusalem, as well as the West Bank for the latest. Argentina has ordered a new coronavirus lockdown after reporting over 35,000 new infections for the 3rd straight day. India's reported another 260,000 cases and 4,200 deaths Friday, though both numbers are likely a significant undercount. This week, the Serum Institute of India, the world's largest vaccine producer, said it would not ship any vaccine doses beyond India this year, dealing another blow to the UN-backed COVAX initiative to vaccinate poorer nations. COVAX is already 140 million doses behind schedule. In Brussels, the head of the World Trade Organization met with top European Union officials Thursday, urging them to reverse their opposition to waiving patent rights for COVID vaccines. Over 100 nations, led by South Africa and India, say the move is desperately needed to increase the availability of vaccines in the global south. WTO Director General Ngozi Nkonjo-Iweala pointed to idle factories in Bangladesh, Indonesia, Pakistan, Senegal, South Africa, and Thailand. She called vaccine inequity an unacceptable problem and urged European officials to act quickly to save lives.
I think we should focus, and I want us to go fast because this is about lives. I don't want us to take years again to negotiate this issue.
Meanwhile, the People's Vaccine Alliance reports profits from COVID vaccines have helped at least 9 people become billionaires during the pandemic, with a combined wealth of over $19 billion, more than enough to cover the cost of fully vaccinating all people in low-income countries. Here in the United States, at least half the adult population is fully vaccinated in 19 states as local officials search for new ways to up the lagging rate of vaccinations. In New York City, Governor
Okay, I think what she just said was that in 19 states, 50% of the adult population has been vaccinated. What about the others? What is that number? I wonder.
Cuomo announced residents who got vaccinated at a state-run clinic can receive a lottery ticket with prize money worth up to $5 million. Top White House coronavirus advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci said this week vaccinated people would likely need a COVID-19 booster shot within a year or so. South Korean President Moon Jae-in is meeting today with U.S. President Joe Biden at the White House. It's only the second time Biden's hosted a world leader in person after a meeting with Japan's prime minister in April. The South Korean leader is seeking U.S. help in securing vaccines. In exchange, Biden is reportedly seeking South Korean investment in U.S. semiconductor plants as the world faces global shortage of microchips. The two are also expected to discuss denuclearization of the Korean peninsula. The Department of Homeland Security says it'll stop incarcerating immigrants at 2 county jails under federal investigation for abuses in Bristol County, Massachusetts, and Irwin County, Georgia. Immigrants jailed at the Bristol jail say officers attacked them with pepper spray and sick dogs on them as they held a protest last year demanding COVID-19 protections. Meanwhile, dozens of immigrant women jailed at the Irwin County Detention Center in Georgia say they were subjected to non-consensual and invasive gynecological procedures, including hysterectomies, that were later found to be unnecessary. Immigrant rights advocates are celebrating news that ICE will be terminating contracts with the jails. Silky Shah, executive director of Detention Watch Network, said, quote, "We know that this must be the first step of many, including ensuring that people are released and not transferred to other detention facilities when contracts are cut. Everyone should be able to navigate their immigration case at home and in community, not behind bars in immigration detention." In El Salvador, officials say up to 40 bodies, mostly women, could be buried at the house of a former detective. Hugo Ernesto Osorio Chavez was arrested earlier this month for killing a woman and her daughter, which prompted the search of his home and led to the grim discovery. 9 other people have been implicated in the crime so far, including former police officers and former soldiers. El Salvador recorded 70 femicides last year. Amnesty International is calling on the Biden administration to stop selling U.S.-made weapons and other equipment to Colombia, where police have been violently cracking down on popular protests. Earlier this month, Colombia's human rights watchdog said at least 42 people have been killed in the ongoing protests, which are demanding an end to inequality, violence, and militarized policing, and for the right-wing government of President Ivan Duque to enact a number of social reforms. This is indigenous leader Atiquigua speaking from a rally in Bogota.
We would like to invite the government to stop the murders of social leaders. In Colombia, there is a murder every 3 days. In Colombia, they are murdering indigenous leaders, and we want respect for our lands so that they don't continue to be granted for extraction activities.
The FBI has released more footage of the January 6th assault on the U.S. Capitol by a violent mob incited by then-President Trump. One video shows a rioter trying to rip off a police officer's gas mask, then picking up a baton and hitting officers with it. Another video shows a rioter punching officers while wearing gloves with metal knuckles. In Pennsylvania, federal agents have arrested Pauline Bauer, who, according to an FBI affidavit, broke into the Capitol on January 6, shouting, "Bring Nancy Pelosi out here now. We want to hang that effing bee," using the real words. On Thursday, the House narrowly passed an emergency funding bill providing an additional $1.9 billion to fortify security at the Capitol. Republicans were unanimously opposed. Meanwhile, several progressive Democrats refused to support the measure. African-American Congress members Cori Bush, Ilhan Omar, and Ayanna Pressley said in a joint statement, quote, "A bill that pours $1.9 billion into increased police surveillance and force without addressing the underlying threats of organized and violent white supremacy, radicalization, and disinformation that led to this attack will not prevent it from happening again." Arizona's Secretary of State is advising Maricopa County officials to replace all voting machines that were turned over to a private company hired by Republicans to conduct a fourth audit of the 2020 election. The recount is being overseen by Cyber Ninjas, a company with no record of working in election security and whose CEO has promoted conspiracy theories claiming the election was stolen. Arizona Secretary of State Katie Hobbs cited, quote, "grave concerns regarding the security and integrity of hundreds of voting machines that were in Cyber Ninja custody with no election official or observer present." President Biden signed the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act into law Thursday, which was introduced to address the skyrocketing rates of crimes against Asian Americans during the pandemic. Vice President Kamala Harris, the first Asian American to hold the vice presidency, spoke ahead of the signing.
This bill brings us one step closer to stopping hate, not only for Asian Americans, but for all Americans. It will expedite the Justice Department's review of hate crimes, every type of hate crime. It will designate an official at the department to oversee the effort, and it will expand efforts to make the reporting of hate crimes more accessible at the local and
So I don't know if she's really crafty or she thinks the rest of us are silly, right? But she did say a very interesting thing, and what I found amusing about what she said, it was the line, it's this one right here. "Oh, I can do this because this is my freaking live stream and I'm in control." Ha 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 ha.
An official at the...
Oh, that's gonna go.
For Asian Americans, but for all Americans. It will expedite the Justice Department's review of hate crimes, every type of hate crime. It will designate an official at the department.
Now, this is how the mind of David Cody Peppers works. is that when she said that, what I heard is that we get one official to oversee the expedition of hate crimes in America. One. Could be wrong, but as she said, an official, that was a very explicit. We're not getting a slew, a new branch, are we? We're getting one official. I mean, I think that's what she's saying. And this, I'm not downing her. I know nothing about her politically. I know nothing about her career. I mean, I know a little bit. So, I don't know, that's just something in that, the way it was said and the way it was put in the speech, it just, I don't know, just made my bell go off. My little political pixie bell.
To oversee the effort, and it will expand efforts to brings us one step closer to stopping hate, not only for Asian Americans, but for all Americans. It will expedite the Justice Department's review of hate crimes, every type of hate crime. It will designate an official at the department to oversee the effort, and it will expand efforts to make the reporting of hate crimes more accessible at the local and state levels.
In media news, the Associated Press is under fire after they fired a journalist over her social media post criticizing the Israeli government and defending Palestinian human rights. Emily Wilder, who is Jewish and was a member of Students for Justice in Palestine and Jewish Voice for Peace, was fired after just 2 weeks on the job. The Stanford College Republicans were reportedly the first to single out her tweets, triggering a conservative frenzy, which included lawmakers such as Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton. Former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development Julian Castro blasted the AP for firing Wilder, writing, quote, "This is a media organization sacrificing their own journalists to a misinformed right-wing media mob. She should be reinstated and formally apologized to." And backlash is growing after the University of North Carolina Chapel Hill denied tenure to Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Nicole Hannah-Jones. Hannah-Jones is best known for producing the 1619 Project with the New York Times, an interactive project which re-examines the legacy of slavery. Last year, the Trump administration threatened to pull federal funding from schools that use the 1619 Project in their curriculum. On Thursday, faculty members and others attended a Board of Trustees meeting at UNC, protesting the decision to deny Hannah-Jones tenure. They held signs reading, among other things, "Black Professors Matter," as some sang, "We shall overcome." And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The Quarantine Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
God, it sucks being informed. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm allowed to ask this question. And feel free to comment, tell me your opinion. I want to have a dialogue, right? But the question is this. Does Israel's existence depend on America's support? I don't have the answer to that question. I would like to think that Israel is like they're their own nation and they can handle their own business. we give Israel in aid and direct money a lot. I mean, hundreds of millions of dollars every year. I mean, that's a fact. Right now, saying that, people say that makes me anti-Semitic because I'm saying we give aid to everybody, right? But the thing is, at least when it comes to this one particular relationship, the road seems to be paved in one direction. And that direction is the government of Israel gets what it wants from America every single time. That's a narrative that I believe to be true. But you never know what you don't know, right? Anyway, I guess just the question of, if Israel's security is dependent on America's support, then at least it's just some nobody in Georgia. Israel just seems to not keep giving us the finger. And I know that there was a border, and since that border was put there in 1935 to 47, more land on the outside of those borders have been claimed. That's a fact. You can't deny it. There's a road ahead when it comes to the peace in the Middle East, when it comes to Israel and Palestine. Israel has to make a choice. It's either going to become South Africa or there's going to have to be a two-state solution. There is no other alternative. You could, but I'm not even going to say it. It would be genocide against the Palestinians. They would have to, the entire nation, everybody in Palestine would have to be either killed or relocated. Those are the choices. Two-state solution, Palestine lives here, Israel lives there. With a shared capital. That to me seems like a bridge. That seems to be like Christ-like. That seems to be the three great faiths coming together. Christianity, Judaism, Muslim. So two-state solution, shared capital, the eradication of Palestinians, or Israel becomes South Africa and it becomes an apartheid state where people living in Israel will be denied voting and the same property rights based on their race. It's not my country, but please stop gaslighting us and thinking that there's some other solution. And because if there is, please, I'm 53 years old and I'm pretty plugged in. I pay attention. Whether it's true or not, the fact remains a lot of things happen on purpose. And maybe I'm an evil, horrible person, but if I was in charge of my nation's security, right, and I wanted to steal some land over there, I would arrange on purpose for a rocket to be fired to hit my nation. I'm not saying that's what's happened, but what I'm saying is that if I was in charge and I wanted that land, I would do that. Not me, David Cody Peppers, because I'm a Christian and I would not do that because that's. But if me would take the Christian out of me and put me in charge of a nation and I want that land, that's how I'd do it. I would pay someone to fire a rocket at me so that I could retaliate. That's what I would do. Wouldn't you? I mean, who wouldn't do that? Everyone has a right to sit at the table. And I don't like how the Israeli government is portrayed. The actions that I see in the world, I don't like the way the Israeli government, but it's not my country, right? But I just want their hands out of our pockets. I want their hands out of the media. I honestly believe that Israel influences a lot of what happens in America. You're welcome. It's a compliment, right? Why is that? Right? You would think you would want that acknowledged. So I'm just some dude out here in the boonies, outside of Atlanta, and I'm 53 years old. I paid attention. There was land, you took it. You want more land, you're going to take it. Okay. Well, don't leave us alone. Why? Leave us alone. Right? You can't have both countries. So, that being said, I'm going to turn the mic down. I haven't put the links down below, but I will when it gets uploaded. The second thought is, I don't know. I doubt a lot of these really well-produced videos are done by just one person. I mean, it would have to be a full-time job for one person to do his stuff is really good. And I do support him on Patreon. So, I've always liked and shared his stuff, and we'll wrap it up with this. His stuff is usually pretty, not so like I want to drink Drano.
This episode.
And to be honest with you, I did sign up for this thing too, and their stuff is great. I will say honestly that a lot of some of the stuff does trickle over to YouTube, but that does support a lot. Evidently, if what he says is true, they're I guess the artists get a bigger cut on that than they do on YouTube. I don't know. Allegedly, there it is. So, look at that. 6,200 likes, 180 not likes. Well, there you have it. See, that to me means something. And one of the things, I don't know why people don't do this, but if you go down here and you click on the people, right, it takes you to their page, right? And so if you ever, in the comments, want to, have a dialogue with somebody, and you want to know are they being serious when they say that? If you click on their stuff, a lot of times, you can get right off the bat, oh yeah, they're just being snarky, and so I don't think people do that because it's people will say things to me in the comment chats, and I'm like, do you they accuse me of doing things or having a motive that is completely opposite of where I come from. And if you looked at my stuff, you would know that there's a genuine love of like trying to feed people and help the homeless. And, you know, I'm just it's like on Facebook, you know, like if you're talking to a stranger on Facebook, you click on their page, and if it's open, you can kind of in 30 seconds of skimming their stuff, kind of get a gist of where they're coming from. So anyway, I'm going to put this on mute again, and I need to stretch my legs and take my own advice. I'm going to do a little pull up and a little sit up, and
is brought to you by CuriosityStream. Get free access to Nebula, the streaming platform built by all your favorite YouTubers, when you sign up for CuriosityStream at the link below.
I have no illusion that this guy will ever hear me or receive this compliment, but 1 million subscribers, and I remember him not having that many, and he has worked so hard, and his stuff has gotten so good, and it is just so nice to see it pay off for him, and or her, them, allegedly. So anyway, I'll make sure and get all these likes or these links down there. But I just want to congratulate Second Thought on 1 million subscribers, and your work is amazing, and I hope you get another 1 million. And you know, I think that the way you do your videos and the way you put it out is awesome. And I think it's very easy for people who may not want to hear the message that you're saying that we believe in, but they'll hear it this way. So anyway, congratulations. Job well done. So just to be clear, I had nothing to do with this video. I didn't produce it. I had nothing to do with it. It just comes up on my feed, and I, you know, throw a couple bucks to this guy every month. I'm not paid by anybody. I'm not supporting anybody. I'm supporting the people in my community that I receive a lot of information from, hoping that it will trickle out to you in case you haven't heard any of the stuff before, and to kind of get you an idea of what's going on in my mind, and to have no walls, no barriers.
We live in a world dominated by the economic system known as capitalism. Private ownership of the means of production is the norm, giant multinational corporations have a greater GDP than entire countries, and we're currently witnessing the birth of a second Gilded Age, complete with modern-day robber barons and skyrocketing inequality and poverty. For the first time in 100 years, the United States is seeing a real resurgence in class consciousness and criticism of the status quo. We've seen record numbers of protests and rallies, low-wage workers are walking out and demanding better conditions, and the language of class struggle is finally beginning to seep back into the American consciousness. It would be absurd to look around and assert that everything is fine, that capitalism is providing a good life and opportunities for the average person, when every quality of life metric is in decline for everyone except the top few percent. And yet, as always, there are those who are unwilling to acknowledge the reality of the situation, and instead fall back on ignorant or bad faith arguments to defend a failing economic system. In this episode, we're going to look at one argument in particular, the claim that without capitalism, there would be no innovation. Let's start with the assertion itself. Without capitalism, there would be no innovation. What does this imply? It suggests that the sole motivating factor for anyone to do anything is money, the profit motive. It suggests that the only reason society has advanced is because of capitalism. This is quite the claim, and as we'll see shortly, it is incorrect in both regards. Let's start with the first point, the profit motive as the motivating factor. Once upon a time, people produced food not to sell, but to consume themselves and stockpile for the future. No money exchanged hands, the end. Of course, this is an overly simplistic argument. But people who make claims about the efficacy of the profit motive should remember that capitalism is a fairly recent development in the grand scheme of things. But leaving thousands of years of human history aside, even in the modern capitalist era, there have been countless examples of people choosing to innovate not because they lusted after money, but because it was the right thing to do. One of the more well-known examples is Jonas Salk. Though it was declared eradicated in the Americas in 1994, polio was once a major threat to children around the world. Polio is an infectious disease that attacks the central nervous system and often leads to paralysis. During the first half of the 20th century, what began as localized polio outbreaks had reached epidemic levels in North America, Europe, Australia, and New Zealand. And in 1952, the US faced the worst outbreak it had ever experienced, infecting at least 58,000 people, killing 3,145, and leaving over 21,000 more with varying degrees of paralysis in a single year. Some of the worst affected could no longer breathe by themselves and needed to be placed in what was called an iron lung. This horrible disease brought unspeakable suffering to children around the world. But thanks to a team of innovative scientists led by Dr. Jonas Salk, today polio is little more than a bad memory. Starting in 1948, Dr. Salk dedicated the next 7 years of his life to understanding how polio worked and how we could fight it. In 1955, when the news of Salk's new and effective vaccine was made public, he was hailed as a hero and a miracle worker. Salk became a household name. He could have taken advantage of this newfound fame and made a fortune on the vaccine, but he refused to patent his creation.
Who owns the patent on this vaccine?
Well, the people, I would say. There is no patent. This is... Could you patent the sun?
Jonas Salk chose not to patent the vaccine in order to maximize its availability around the world. By 1959, 90 countries were making use of the polio vaccine, and by 1994, the disease had been completely eradicated in North America. When people first learn about Jonas Salk, many of them are shocked that he chose not to profit from his creation. It's an understandable reaction when the norm in the pharmaceutical industry is criminal price gouging, where executives rake in tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars every year. But if people like Jonas Salk can exist in even the most lucrative fields, then the profit motive is not the only motivating factor that exists. And this is only one example. If you look around, you'll find many more. Those who benefit from capitalist exploitation will try to convince you that people won't be motivated to improve the world without a financial incentive. But that's just not the case. But enough about this first point. Let's move on to the second one, the claim that society has only advanced because of the profit motive. Capitalist apologists have a tendency to view the private sector as some godlike entity that operates with 100% efficiency, is the sole driver of innovation, and always acts in the best interest of the people. This is rarely, if ever, the case. In fact, the private sector hardly ever drives innovation at all. Take the iPhone, for example. Fans of capitalism love to say things like, you tweet about socialism from your iPhone, but you wouldn't have that iPhone without capitalism. That's a little disingenuous to say the least. If you look at the iPhone, or just about any modern phone really, you'll see that very nearly every critical part was developed with public funding. Microchips, GPS, accelerometers, image sensors, touchscreens. These were all projects funded by the public, either via the government or the military. And it's not just phone components. Nearly every aspect of modern-day life was funded and created not by the private sector, but by the public sector. Satellites, the internet, public schools, national parks, waste management, water infrastructure. Things we rely on and take for granted today are the result not of this supposed capitalist innovation, but of public programs. The private sector rarely drives innovation. Even the internet's favorite faux futurist, Elon Musk, is only able to pursue his vanity projects because of billions of dollars of government funding. Okay, so if capitalism isn't driven by innovation, what is the driving factor? It's pretty simple, really. Capitalism is driven by the profit motive, not by some innate drive to innovate. If something is profitable, it will be produced, which leads to the proliferation of cheap, useless garbage like 30 different kinds of poop emoji pool floats and tens of thousands of copycat phone cases. If we take the pharmaceutical industry again, instead of prioritizing new, critically important medicine, the profit motive incentivizes the production of slight variations of existing drugs in order to extend their patents. In this way, capitalism actually prevents innovation by demanding that funding be allocated towards the most profitable ventures, not the ones that will do the most good or drive humanity forward. But this isn't the case everywhere. If we take a country like Cuba, where healthcare is nationalized, we see a completely different approach. Since they're not beholden to the profit motive, Cuba has made astounding medical advances even with a drastically lower GDP than the US, not to mention decades of crippling US sanctions. Cuban doctors are renowned the world over, and during the pandemic, they not only easily handled their own outbreak, they also sent their doctors and medical supplies to countries who needed them most, all without the expectation of any kind of profit. Again, capitalism will not produce results unless there is a profit to be made. Because of this, hundreds of thousands of Americans continue to suffer, while countries like Cuba make accommodations for humanitarian crises, with no expectation of profit. But let's move on to something a little more current. I'm sure most of you have seen the viral pictures of these signs put up at fast food restaurants and other low-wage businesses. Workers have finally realized that they have some bargaining power, at least for the time being. If you're unfamiliar with the situation, here's a brief synopsis. Low-wage workers are quitting or not coming back to work because they can make more money on unemployment. This has led to a number of managers putting out signs saying that no one wants to work anymore and suggesting it's some kind of moral failing. Here's the thing. I don't know a single person who would want to work a low-wage, miserable fast food job. The idea that people would want to toil their life away dealing with awful customers and doing thankless work is absurd. This supposed American value of working for work's sake is a myth. It's nothing more than propaganda by those who own the businesses. Think about it. If you were offered the opportunity to not spend 10 hours a day slaving over a grill or staring blankly at spreadsheets and still make enough money to live, would you take it? Of course you would. You could spend that time doing work you actually enjoy, or finding a job that pays better. That's the thing capitalists never mention. Most humans do have an inclination to work. They just don't want to work for you. There's a difference between work, being productive with your time and skills, and the modern American conception of work, tedious labor people are obligated to accept for fear of starvation and poverty. Now, this trend of people refusing to work low-wage jobs is a prime opportunity for capitalists to innovate. They could come up with a way to make their jobs more enticing to would-be workers. Have they done that? No. In fact, they've already run to the government to beg them to fix their problem for them. And because all American administrations are increasingly corporatized, we've gotten this: a threat that if anyone refuses a job offer, no matter how demeaning, degrading, and miserable, no matter how low the wages, they will be kicked off unemployment. So much for at-will employment. Capitalists can't stand the thought of workers having any bargaining power. And so, like with everything, they demand help from the government. Capitalism doesn't innovate. It only pursues the next fistful of dollars. It asks, where is there a profit to be made? It never considers the use value of what it produces, only the profits it can make. And so we continue to receive mountains of cheap products that will fail in a few months. The profit motive is not the driver of innovation. It stifles innovation. It prevents funds from being used in a way that would actually benefit the world, instead funneling that money into pointless, often incredibly destructive projects. When there is innovation in America, it is in spite of capitalism, not because of it. It's because people like Jonas Salk realize that some things are more important than profit. The claim that there would be no innovation without capitalism is blatantly false. It's disproven by history, it's disproven by other countries, it's disproven by common sense, and more often, it's disproven by the behavior and actions of the capitalists themselves. If we really care about innovation, we need to dismantle capitalism and throw the profit motive in the trash where it belongs. If you'd like to learn more about how capitalism has innovated all the joy out of work, I highly recommend you check out Happiness at Work on CuriosityStream. It's a fascinating look at just how depressing the modern job really is, and how it got that way. CuriosityStream is an established streaming platform with a solid track record of caring about great educational content and the financial security of those who produce it. They've got thousands of nonfiction titles from some of the best filmmakers in the game. As you probably know, YouTube doesn't treat its creators very well. That's why some of my YouTuber friends and I teamed up to build Nebula, so we don't have to worry about demonetization. As educational creators ourselves, we love CuriosityStream, so we've worked out a deal, where if you sign up for CuriosityStream at the link below, you'll also get access to Nebula, 100% free. That's less than $15 a year for both CuriosityStream and Nebula, which, in my humble opinion, is a pretty great deal. Since most of us are still waiting for the vaccine, why not spend some time learning about fascinating topics on CuriosityStream? Or check out Nebula's original content, including my upcoming series on the resurgence of fascism. You can also watch all my videos as they were intended, ad-free. There really is something for everyone. And by signing up at the link below, you're helping us produce more content without the fear of demonetization. Give CuriosityStream a shot, and get
Now, I will say this. As much as I watch YouTube, if you don't have YouTube Premium, I highly recommend it. Because when I watch stuff, there's no ads, right? I'd rather pay the $14 a month, and I get YouTube Music, which is a great deal. I just wish I could freely play the music that's on YouTube Music while I stream without getting copyright crap. You know, I don't make the rules. But, pardon me. That vitamin. But yeah, CuriosityStream, I joined that. It's like $20 for a year. And they have lots of really good information. So yeah, I know what I want to touch on. Ain't that the truth? Yo, why are they farming with no profit incentive? I mean, does anybody, come on. So, we eat, we drink, we poop, we have sex, and then we fight for more. I came from a television show on Netflix. I'll give somebody a signed piece of art if they first one to put it in the comment section. I'll connect with you and get you a signed piece of original art from David Cody Peppers. But seriously, 5 things. We eat, we drink, we have sex, we poopity poo, and then we fight for more. That is what it means to be a human being. To be a mammal. Then when you add sleep in that, how many hours is that? Right? So after you do the basic requirements for being a human, you are left with 8 hours ish. Let's say 10. Give it to the capitalists, right? So you got 10 hours a day. So now we can do, let's do an hour to get dressed, an hour to get to work, and I'm going on the long end because some have kids and some don't, so it might not take that long, but we're going to just make this easy math, right? So now we have 8 hours left. And now you're at work. Anybody who knows me knows I am a huge fan of Star Trek. And when I was in college, I never published it, but I've written a dissertation on what made Star Trek possible. And it is clean, unlimited, renewable energy. If you have that, the universe is open to you. Because it will only be a matter of time before humanity can convert energy to matter. Now, in a way, we do that already. We just not instantaneously. So it won't 100 years. 200 and there'll be a box. And that box will power everything that belongs to your house, your car. Even if I can't think of a more inefficient use of material extracting ore fuel than a car. But whatever. See, people want to still drive a car in 200 years. Hopefully by then they'll be rocket cars. But anyway, sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought there. Star Trek is pretty awesome, and my dissertation about what that will do for the cost of everything, because then, and what that means, right? That means there won't be factories. Like if you want a shirt, right? Okay, so here's Star Trek. If you want a shirt in this time, in the short story, let's role play a short story together. It's the future. Future! Okay. There's a box. And you plug it into your house. And it makes all the energy. Okay. And you have a computer and a 3D printer. And you pay 20 cents to an artist who's designed a shirt that you saw online. And you get the shirt pattern download and 3D print the shirt. Right, you can do it before you go to bed. Let's say it's not instant. Let's see. That what just happened, right, is that we're stepping into the age of Aquarius, right? And so we're transferring from matter to energy. And what we do now is that we put a seed in the ground and it grows. And then we steal people from Africa and drag them over here and make them pick the cotton. And then we put it in these machines and make thread. And then weave it into shirts. And then put it on the back of horses and whip them and drive it across the country into boats and rafts, and barges, right? So think of all of the matter, the solid matter that it took to make all that happen so that you could get a shirt on your back. Versus the future, which is a box with clean, unlimited, renewable energy that you can do a 3D printer and print whatever you want. It's the future. That moves us from matter to energy. Ta-da! But the thing that time will tell is that in a lot of science fiction, there's always a question of, is replicated anything as good as the real thing? And, you know, being a romantic, I want to say no. I want to say that if you really, like, if no matter how good the replicator was and no matter how good the recipe, that glass of wine is not going to taste a replicated 1965, whatever fancy wine, right? It's just, you know, that white Zinfandel is not going to taste as good replicated as it did when it was stomped on by little children in foreign countries. So, yeah. Why are they farming with no profit incentive? Well, because they're feeding themselves. Because there's no grocery store. See their huts in the back? Right? Back there. Right? So there's no whatever. The profit incentive is their being able to have children and full bellies. It's a great one of the things that I learned from a video we can watch later. But it's the reason I have my Facebook profile the way it is with that crazy looking hand. It's the cave drawing thing about how we're all supposed to be connected and art and all that. So what I learned was human survival depends on caloric intake. Humanity, a human being has to consume calories in order to exist. And the more he works his body as a machine, the more calories have to come in. So if he wants to build a road, that's calories have to go in a human, right? And so humans thrive when they have full bellies and can eat as much as they want. But they also get sick and can abuse themselves because human beings are little maniacs and we're little animals, and we don't know how to love ourselves enough to, like, not drink bleach. So we want to love ourselves and our neighbor like ourselves. So anyway, I'm going to play a little bit, turn the mic down. And I know if maybe you're jumping in now or you're still with me, whoever's out there, please spread the word. Hey, spread the word. You ready for this? Oh, I need to shave. I didn't even give myself a trim before I get back on tonight. What was I going to say? The beard threw me off. Oh, I guess I can replay it, and of course, when I see it, I'll know exactly what I was talking about. Oh, yes, thank you. Angel. I have 6 subscribers. I am so proud. And I am, the 6 I have now are guaranteed something that I've already done. I just need to sign it and get addresses and mail it. And you get this piece I did. And it's a signed limited print. It's just David Cody Pepper's way of saying thank you. And so what I was hoping is to kind of spread the love, right? Is that if you want, if you would subscribe here and contact me in chat or on Facebook or phone, all my information is publicly listed, all of it. Nothing, there's no wall. So if you subscribe, I will, for the next 24 hours, if I can get maybe one more subscriber, I'm going to, here. This is the fur. Yeah, I'm going to put it in a little frame for you, but this is, I showed it last night, but this is. It's on my Facebook page. It looks pretty good. So, and I'll sign it and put the limit. So, subscribe and hit me up. Sorry, I didn't mean to take away from. So, let's keep going here. I could turn that down.
Produced food not to sell, but to consume themselves and stockpile for the future. No money exchanged hands, the end. Of course, this is an overly simplistic argument. But people who make claims about the efficacy of the profit motive should remember that capitalism is a fairly recent development in the grand scheme of things. But leaving thousands of years of human history aside,
it's easy to forget that in 1801, the world was still considered in its feudal state. (1850) was considered the end of feudalism. 50s. Don't tell me it's the. Well, no, please put in the exact year, because that's. I'll link that. And then we became a capitalist creature, and that's where we are today. 1850. It's 2020. There wasn't capitalism before the 1850s. And what's amusing is that these people that want to use capitalism as a tool to get what they want from the world, they approach the world as though this is flawless. And it's a new right? So we can tweak it without throwing it completely out. You know, I'm not a socialist. You know why? Because I believe in currency. You can't be a socialist and believe in currency. If I'm wrong, tell me how, why. But the definition that I learned is that the end result of socialism is to get rid of currency, which would be Star Trek. But we don't live in Star Trek. Would I want that? Yes. Am I going to get it? No. We live in a capitalist society where there's currency, right? But it's a tool. Humanity is not the tool of capitalism. Capitalism is a tool of humanity. And in my opinion, humanity's goal is to become good and better, and for us to live in a world where we can all enrich ourselves. So.
In the modern capitalist era, there have been countless examples of people choosing to innovate not because they lusted after money, but because it was the right thing to do. One of the more well-known examples is Jonas Salk. Though it was declared eradicated.
Now I know that I've read enough to know that he may not be the most perfect example of the story, but if we're going to go with the narrative that we just are witnessing on the little TV down here, right? Pardon me. That is exactly who I am going to model the next 60 days after. Because if I can push hard enough and make it funny enough, the ideas that I am going to put forward are so common sense, people will hopefully implement them in the world. I'm just one dude. I'm leaving it all on the field. I'm going to keep 2 of my intellectual properties up here. Nobody gets them because I want to have total control. But the rest is fair game. And if you can take these ideas that I put out there and make $1 trillion, if you could just be so kind enough to buy me a little church somewhere and leave me the hell alone, I will be, give me some great internet and my computer, and you can have the rest. My little kitty cats and a little pond somewhere, and that's all I want, right? So, but I'm going to put the rest of it on the table, and the world can do with it what y'all want. But the best I'm saving for myself. And if somebody's really interested, that can happen at the end of all of this. But, pardon me. So that is why I'm going to confidently really try to convince somebody out there in the world to take an idea that I know is great and go do something with it. Imagine that. So it's in this spirit of innovating just to innovate. Coming up with ideas. Oh, there's Velen. Coming up with ideas just for the sake of making things better. And hopefully I won't live under a bridge. So what he says here in this next little part about what is exactly how I feel as a human being. That's exactly how I feel. And so my art and my ideas, and I've spent the last 30 years being a servant, and I still want to be a servant. I just don't want to bring you beverage anymore. And I think that's fair. And I think that the value of all of this teaching and the art and all of the ideas that are still to come in the next 1,234 hours will maybe convince somebody out there that there is a better way of doing things. And if I'm willing to put this ugly mug on the television with this nasally homosexual voice and with the crazy mics and cats everywhere. Look, I am under no illusion as to who I am. But if I can come up with these ideas and it's not being done already, that means it's on purpose, because I am not the sharpest knife in the box. And if I can come up with these ideas, what are the rest of you doing? What are you doing? And I don't mean you that's listening right now. I mean, who I'm talking about are like these people that want to convince you that they have saved the world and that they are the best thing since whiskey. It ain't so. It's to those people, the boss. You're going to have to give that up. Over time, not maybe you, not maybe even your child. But that the boss of humanity, of the poor, that's got to go. Over time, right? I mean,
in the Americas in 1994, polio was once a major threat to children around the world. Polio is an infectious disease that attacks the central nervous system and often leads to paralysis. During the first half of the 20th century, what began as localized polio outbreaks had reached epidemic levels in North America, Europe, Australia, and New Zealand. And in 1952, the US faced the worst outbreak it had ever experienced, infecting at least 58,000 people, killing 3,145, and leaving over 21,000 more with varying degrees of paralysis in a single year. Some of the worst affected could no longer breathe by themselves and needed to be placed in what was called an iron lung. This horrible disease brought
I don't know, that's pretty freaking horrible. I mean, God gives us all the grace to go through what we need to go through, but that, I mean, it's a virus, right? I mean, I can never really say what you would do in that kind of situation, because these are brave people. Their families, the healthcare workers, just
suffering to children around the world. But thanks to a team to stay up to date with my latest episodes, if you hate countries were making use of the polio, made a fortune on the vaccine, but he refused to patent his creation.
Who owns the patent on this vaccine? Well, the people, I would say. There is no patent. Could you patent the sun?
Jonas Salk chose not to patent the vaccine in order to maximize its availability around the world. By 1959, 90 countries were making use of the polio vaccine, and by 1994, the disease had been completely eradicated in North America. When people first learn about Jonas Salk, many of them are shocked that he chose not to profit from his creation. It's an understandable reaction when the norm in the pharmaceutical industry is criminal price gouging, where executives rake in tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars every year. But if people like Jonas Salk can exist in even the most lucrative fields, then the profit motive is not the only motivating factor that exists. And this is only one example. If you look around, you'll find many more. Those who benefit from capitalist exploitation will try to convince you that people won't be motivated to improve the world without a financial incentive. But that's just not the case.
Everybody has a right to sit at the table. people, humans, want to make the world better. They want to cut out the crap. Regrettably, a lot of the way the power structure in the world works, the crap are the bosses. The crap is that excess. I've been helped by wealthy individuals in my past, and I do not hate the rich. The issue revolves around what you allowed the Supreme Court to do and make corporations equal to a human being. And we are suffering from that, the American worker. So, anyway, we can fix the world, and we can do it because we've got to come up with a plan, because they're going to leave us no escape hatch. Their escape hatch is retirement. And they're going to leave us holding the bag. So we have to figure this out. And so keeping hundreds of millions of people busy 10 hours a day so they can't cut out the crap is the point. It's all on purpose. All of it. All of it.
But enough about this first point. Let's move on to the second one, the claim that society has only advanced because of the profit motive. Capitalist apologists have a tendency to view the private sector as some godlike entity that operates with 100% efficiency, is the sole driver of innovation, and always acts in the best interest of the people. This is rarely, if ever, the case. In fact, the private sector hardly ever drives innovation at all. Take the iPhone, for example. Fans of capitalism love to say things like, you tweet about socialism from your iPhone, but you wouldn't have that iPhone without capitalism. That's a little disingenuous, to say the least. If you look at the iPhone, or just about any modern phone really, you'll see that very nearly every critical part was developed with public funding. Microchips, GPS, accelerometers, image sensors, touchscreens. These were all projects funded by the public, either via the government or the military. And it's not just phone components. Nearly every aspect of modern-day life was funded and created not by the private sector, but by the public sector. Satellites, the internet, public schools, national parks, waste management, water infrastructure. Things we rely on and take for granted today are the result not of this supposed capitalist innovation, but of public programs. The private sector rarely drives innovation. Even the internet's favorite faux futurist, Elon Musk, is only able to pursue his vanity projects because of billions of dollars of government funding. Okay, so if capitalism isn't driven by innovation, what is the driving factor? It's pretty simple, really. Capitalism is driven by the profit motive, not by some innate drive to innovate. If something is profitable, it will be produced, which leads to the proliferation of cheap, useless garbage like 30 different kinds of poop emoji pool floats and tens of thousands of copycat phone cases. If we take the pharmaceutical industry again, instead of prioritizing new, critically important medicine, the profit motive incentivizes the production of slight variations of existing drugs in order to extend their patents. In this way, capitalism actually prevents innovation by demanding that funding be allocated towards the most profitable ventures, not the ones that will do the most good or drive humanity forward. But this isn't the case everywhere. If we take a country like Cuba, where healthcare is nationalized, we see a completely different approach. Since they're not beholden to the profit motive, Cuba has made astounding medical advances even with a drastically lower GDP than the US, not to mention decades of crippling US sanctions. Cuban doctors are renowned the world over, and during the pandemic, they not only easily handled their own outbreak, they also sent their doctors and medical supplies to countries who needed them most, all without the expectation of any kind of profit. Again, capitalism will not produce results unless there is a profit to be made. Because of this, hundreds of thousands of Americans continue to suffer, while countries like Cuba make accommodations for humanitarian crises, with no expectation of profit. But let's move on to something a little more current. I'm sure most of you have seen the viral pictures of these signs put up at fast food restaurants and other low-wage businesses. Workers have finally realized that they have some bargaining power, at least for the time being.
I love the Lord, He's my friend. I love Him, I do. I love the Lord, I love the Lord, He's my friend beyond the end. I love the Lord, He's my friend. I only have one question to any employer that would put that sign on their door. Why in the hell would I come work for you? Truth of the matter is, that sign, what it should read, no one wants to work this crappy job anymore. That's what is missing, and we all know it's true. But if that's your way of getting us to come back to work for you, I will live under a bridge before I would ever work for an employer like that. Now, if you'd like to offer me a job that I'm completely skilled and capable of doing at 52 after serving my country and working for the last 30 years, I will be more than happy to accept that. Graphic design, leadership, basic science. I'm not denying any work that I am suited for at 52 with my experience.
If you're unfamiliar with the situation, here's a brief synopsis. Low-wage workers are quitting or not coming back to work because they can make more money on unemployment. This has led to a number of managers putting out signs saying that no one wants to work anymore and suggesting it's some kind of moral failing. Here's the thing. I don't know a single person who would want to work a low-wage, miserable fast food job. The idea that people would want to toil their life away dealing with awful customers and doing thankless work is absurd. This supposed American value of working for work's sake is a myth. It's nothing more than propaganda by those who own the businesses. Think about it. If you were offered the opportunity to not spend 10 hours a day slaving over a grill or staring blankly at spreadsheets and still make enough money to live, would you take it? Of course you would. You could spend that time doing work you actually enjoy, or finding a job that pays better. That's the thing capitalists never mention. Most humans do have an inclination to work. They just don't want to work for you. There's a difference between work, being productive.
For example, I'm completely capable of starting an aquaponic retail center to get aquaponic technology out into the world. I would love to do that. Design some paper, LLC. I mean, let's go. Ready to go. But I'm not going to ask if you want fries with that. That's not going to happen. So, aquaponic retail center. I can do just indoor farming, print work, computer design. I can manage a team. I can manage a site, work construction. Yeah. Teacher, maybe. I would love to be a minister, have a little church. Got this wonderful program here where everybody, housing, healthcare, education, voting system that can't be questioned, and equality under the law. If we start there, the rest is gangbangers. Like, the sky's the limit, right? So let's change the world, right? Let's get rid of the grocery store. Let's get rid of get rid of the restaurants. I mean, people love the pub, people love hanging out and going out, but you know what? At least as far, especially like in Atlanta and in America, so much of our industry is service related. That's a huge chunk of the economy. And it is treated with utter contempt. I mean, you want people to put their hands on your food and not have health care. You're an idiot. You want people to come in and touch your food who don't get paid sick days. Excuse me, you're a moron. And you want to go to a restaurant who has employees that have to come in sick and touch your food? You're special. So just remember, the world is what you make it. And always remember this one simple fact. The service industry, your bartenders, your waiters, your waitresses, and I say that with respect, waiter and waitress, like actor and actress, it's respect. Your bartenders, your waiters, your waitresses, your servers, your service assistants, your bussers, the cooks, the sous chef, the dishwasher, the prep cooks, who are all there with the worst kind of insurance, underpaid, and then we're forced to smile at you. And you won't let us wear a mask. You don't enforce us washing our hands. Anyway, we're just getting warmed up. And if you're saying right now, well, nobody's forcing you to go work those jobs, guess what, brother? You can't say that, can you? Now, come what may, I'm not going back. I retired from the industry. It just coincided with a global pandemic. Not my problem. But I will say this, anybody out there looking for a job right now, anybody who fills out that application and does not put $18 an hour on there, you're just as a fool. No offense. There is no reason why a grown man who has skill cooking can't get $18 an hour. Oh, no, you know what? A cook works an hour and makes 100 plates of food. Currently, they make on average $12 an hour. That's factory work over a hot grill. No music. It's difficult work, and there's no benefit to go do that job, right? In the way that it's being offered to us. As a lifelong member of the service for 30 years, but 20, because 10 of that was doing other things. And it's the same no matter which restaurant you work in, whether it's corporate, private, it doesn't matter. And you know, I put on my Facebook what it seems like to me now that all of the bosses and their families are fully vaccinated. Back to work. Back to work. GDP and profit in my pocket. Back to work with you because I am fully vaccinated.
Actually enjoy, or finding a job that pays better. That's the thing capitalists never mention. Most humans do have an inclination to work. They just don't want to work for you. There's a difference between work, being productive with your time and skills, and the modern American conception of work. Tedious labor people are obligated to accept for fear of starvation and poverty. Now, this trend of people refusing to work low-wage jobs is a prime opportunity for capitalists to innovate. They could come up with a way to make their jobs more enticing to would-be workers. Have they done that? No. In fact, they've already run to the government to beg them to fix their problem for them. And because all American administrations are increasingly corporatized, we've gotten this: a threat that if anyone refuses a job offer, no matter how demeaning, degrading, and miserable, no matter how
every politician that is cutting off unemployment benefits just because, you have to know that every unemployed person that you're cutting off is going to vote against you in your next election. You have to know that, right? Well, he's not running next time, so it won't matter. But, right, if you, as a governor, you have to know that every single person that you're telling that to is going to vote against you. And if they and they're going to go out of their way to do it this time. I mean, did anybody, like, I'm just curious. Like, I've always imagined, like, how that, there's the governor people, right? His power, his donor dinner, wherever this transpires, right? And so they're having this conversation, or whether the governor's given the decision, however it happened, right? So they're all sitting around a room. Somebody had to realize that this would be something people would vote on. Like, just word for the wise, for whatever that's worth to you. People out there in the world.
Below the wages, they will be kicked off unemployment. So much for at-will employment. Capitalists can't stand the thought of workers having any bargaining power. And so, like with everything, they demand help from the government. Capitalism doesn't innovate.
Right, now, this is the point, right? You might be inclined to say, well, they had a year to get back to work. Well, excuse me, Mr. Stupid, but the economy was shut down and we couldn't gather in crowds. And there was no vaccine. And now, 4 weeks, and then everything's cut off. I mean, am I missing something?
It only pursues the next fistful of dollars. It asks, where is there a profit to be made? It never considers the use value of what it produces, only the profits it can make. And so we continue to receive mountains of cheap products that will fail in a few months. The profit motive is not the driver of innovation. It stifles innovation. It prevents funds from being used in a way that would actually benefit the world, instead funneling that money into pointless, often incredibly destructive projects. When there is innovation in America, it is in spite of capitalism, not because of it. It's because people like Jonas Salk realize that some things are more important than profit. The claim that there would be no innovation without capitalism is blatantly false. It's disproven by history, it's disproven by other countries, it's disproven by
So, Dr. Salk, right, in that spirit, as an example, I will put my money where my mouth is. So as an IP, intellectual property, right, the world can, we will tonight, I will show you clips of scientific, like real stuff that is capable. And I will show you how to put them together and create a grid across the country that will produce unlimited, well, no, it will produce energy that is currently not being produced. You don't have to change anybody's behavior. It includes carbon nanotubes, a silicate, and 2 sheets of material sandwiched between asphalts that cars will drive on, called a highway. And as the cars travel down the highway, they will produce electricity that can be gathered and stored. And if these cars are electric, guess what? What? That's not possible. Yeah. Hopefully I won't be dismembered and shipped back home.
Common sense, and more often, it's disproven by the behavior and actions of the capitalists themselves. If we really care about innovation, we need to dismantle capitalism and throw the profit motive in the trash where it belongs. If you'd like to learn more about how capitalism has innovated all the joy out of work, I highly recommend you check out Happiness at Work.
Become a waiter. Enter the service industry. Okay. Yes. I am slightly bitter, but I'm not jaded. I'm a hard worker. People are hard workers, and people want to do good, and they want to be treated with respect. And if you curl your lip up at that, that makes you the villain. Makes you the villain. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, that's who you are. So once again, this guy's stuff is awesome. Second Thought. I always like and share all his stuff. I support him on Patreon. I hope you do too. So anyway, I'll make sure and get all those links, and I just congratulations again, Second Thought, to everybody involved on those 1 million subs. That's amazing, and congratulations, and the love you guys put into this clearly shows, which is why people respond to you the way they do. So cheers. Oh, okay, here we go. I need to take a little break for a moment and stretch my legs. And what am I doing? God, I'm so scatterbrained. My videos, right. I got some editing to do, but we've got a nice little interview segment. It's hours long between me and a good friend of mine, Daniel Burrows, and these were recorded almost a year ago, and it's prophetic. We were talking about the future, and it's recorded. It's interesting. Exactly, it's very interesting. So, edit. Got so much to do. So little time. Right. Checkity check. Okay, so we're talking about healthcare, right? With the pharmacy and all that stuff. So, this video I did, it was 4 years ago. When was it? It was a while ago. Yeah, 2016. I thought, people laugh when I, maybe not, I don't know. I really was ill, like physically ill and mentally ill at this time. And so it's not the most high impact video, but I need to take a break, and I want to show that I have been thinking about these things for a while, and that I'm not coming to the table unarmed. And this is radical it's revolutionary, and it's really awesome. And so if you're against if you're against Medicare for all, and you think socialism is going to ruin the world, and if you want to choose your own doctor, and if you want to be able to imagine a completely different way of how America and then the world, I mean, because the system could work globally, of how we, if you want to make people have to pay dollars, pay for healthcare, and of course you would, right? You want to clean a fish, you got to catch a fish, right? So I hear you. I'm not a socialist. I believe in currency, private property. I don't want your shit. I just want you to pay your fair share. So 1,200 hours, bro. I ain't going nowhere. So this is a new system on how to pay for healthcare, how to pay for it. And keep in mind that what happens if you do this plan of mine, that you won't be paying on your paycheck. There won't be a deduction for Medicare, Medicaid, insurance. That goes away. Now you still pay for health care, but it is not attached to your union, your job. So people that use, let me tell you who the villains are in this. Who's going to oppose this? Employers that want to use the insurance provided to keep you in the crappy job. The union that wants to use that as a bargaining chip, even though they could bargain for more. So those two people, and of course, believe it or not, the way the plan works, the insurance company won't be against this. Stockholders might, but not the insurance company. So I hope you'll just really, just if you can, it's 20 minutes long. I'm going to be in the background. I got stuff I need to get going and do and enjoy. And then I'm going to switch to the art one and get this uploaded and go from there. But I'm going to finish this little afternoon with something that I've already tried to put out 5 years ago. And so here we go. This is a video presentation of an idea. I like to call it a national point of sale healthcare cost collection system. The premise of the idea is rooted in something my mom told me about before she passed away. And that was the principle of if you wanted to ensure that every car on the road had no-fault insurance, you would just add that cost into gasoline. So for every gallon of gas you put in your car, there would be a tax associated with that, which would go to pay for car insurance. And that's a big leap to go from there to using a point of sale system to collect our healthcare costs, but not really. If we take the idea that when you purchase something and it increases healthcare cost, and we use that principle to collect the cost of healthcare, it seems pretty rational to me. Let me explain it like this. You have an apple and a candy bar. Now, I think most people would agree, and the scientists, doctors would agree that an apple is better for you than a candy bar. So therefore, the apple would be taxed much less than the candy bar. In addition, let's take the example of a football helmet versus a chessboard. I think when you buy protective gear for football, you are in effect acknowledging that you are participating in an activity that will, over the course of time, probably create injuries and health issues. Whereas if you were to play chess, I mean, barring somebody throwing the chessboard at you or sticking a chess piece in your mouth, the likelihood of you getting injured playing chess is much less. So that's fundamentally the principle of how much tax would be added to each item. Now, you're probably saying, well, how would the tax go to pay for the cost of health care? Well, let me show you. This would be you or me, this would be the individual. Now, the individual has an income resource, whether that is a job, a family member giving them cash, unemployment, Social Security, etc. So you have your income resource, which provides income to the individual. The individual then goes to the store. That's just a generic category for anything that any place that you would go to buy something, whether it's a department store, a restaurant, a hotel, sporting goods store, you name it. Any place that you go and you buy something, there would be a healthcare tax on that. Now, this would also have to include stocks, bonds, because if you are participating in a sale in this country, I think that perhaps our society should agree that a percentage of everything that happens should go to keep our society healthy. So if we were to take everything, boats, yachts, motorcycles, cars, homes, sofas, beds, televisions, etc., and lump all that together, that would give us a starting point at which to know I'm sorry. Ugh. So that being said, you have the individual, and then you have point of sale, the store. When you would buy something, whether it's stocks and bonds, a bed, a pet, whatever, that's where the tax would be collected. The money then is sent to a national health trust fund. The health trust fund then would pay directly the wellness professionals and a private risk management company. Now, let me talk about this for a minute because I can hear the socialist outcry already. The individual would choose their doctor. The government would have no say. There would not be any health plans. You like your doctor, you go to your doctor. You wake up in the morning, perhaps you don't have a doctor. You wake up in the morning and you go to a clinic or you pick up the phone and you look at the phone book or get on the line and you find out, where the doctor is, and you go to the doctor, you fill out the paperwork, you have your sets of procedures, and there is no money that changes hands from the individual to the wellness professional. Now, in addition to you choosing the wellness professional, you would also choose a private risk management company. Now, this is renaming the insurance industry. This is a private corporation that has the expertise to understand and to collect data in a secure manner. This isn't the government knowing what you, the individual, are having done. All of that information about your health is kept between you, the doctor, and the insurance company. But unlike the way it works now, where the insurance company is the one that collects the doctors and sets the rate at which they charge you for, hip replacement or, broken arm. The private risk management company collects information on several things. One, they collect information on who you are. They collect information on what you're having done, and they collect information on what's causing the illness or injury. And then they crunch all those numbers, and they come up with a set that says, okay, football caused $1 million in injuries. So therefore, we have to collect $1 million worth of healthcare cost from the football industry. So that would be the cleats, the uniforms, the stadium, all of that, would be added up, and then the tax would be added on a scale as to what's causing the injuries. Tennis, skiing, jogging, smoking, drinking, alcohol, skydiving, you name it. The private risk management company or insurance company would be the one to crunch these numbers, because that's what they're good at. They're really good at assigning risk, understanding risk. So the individual chooses the doctor. The doctor then sends the information to a private risk management company. The private risk management company sends the information, the tax information, as to what's causing the injuries and how much the government needs to collect to the healthcare trust fund. And then the healthcare trust fund sets the taxes which is collected at the store. Now, there are several things that I'd like to touch on. One, how is the private risk management company paid? Well, they would be paid a set fee for each client that they have. For each individual that they take care of, they would get a set fee. Now, the fee would be collected in the healthcare trust fund, which would be added to the tax, because that would be part of the healthcare system. But most importantly, I think, when we talk about the benefit of the insurance company affecting cost, is that the private risk management company would also be well versed in detecting fraud and abuse. And so when the risk management company proves fraud and abuse, they would maybe as a reward be able to recoup half of the cost that they saved the trust. So the private risk management company finds a fraudulent doctor that's that's taking care of a bunch of dead patients and billing the healthcare trust. The private risk management company comes along, works with the Department of Justice. They send the doctor to trial, and the doctor's taken out of the system, and then they would be rewarded with half of the cost, or they would receive half of the savings from that. The other thing that the healthcare trust would talk about is we really, as a country, should be able to negotiate drug cost prices. We're the only industrialized country in the world that doesn't do that. I mean, that's got to change. The other thing that we can work on are complications. Perhaps doctors can be given bonuses for if they take care of patients that don't have complications after surgeries. So in other words, let's take my hand for example. I got MRSA from my doctor's outpatient clinic when they were doing the tendonitis, whatever they did to my hand after they did the surgery. Now, sure, the doctor's going to be paid for taking care of the complication, but if there was a doctor that didn't have a string of complications and he was able to keep his patients well, then perhaps those savings could be passed on to the doctors. The other thing to keep in mind is that it's just not the individual that's paying this tax. It's also the income resource. So, for example, your job, has to buy things, and so there would be a tax on the things that the company buys, which would, add to taking care of its employees. And so once again, I want to wrap this up because this is pretty much it in a nutshell, is you have the individual who will choose their own doctor, their own hospital. They would choose a private risk management company or insurance company, which would pay a set fee for the number of individuals they're collecting data on. They would send the information on what's causing illnesses and injuries to the healthcare trust fund with the percentage of the tax, whether it's a 2% tax or even 100% tax on individual items that are being purchased. The individual goes to the store, grocery store, hotel, car, home. The tax is applied there. The healthcare trust fund collects the money, pays it to the doctor that you chose, pays the fee to the private risk management company that you chose. The income resource, which is paying you an income, has to purchase things from the market, so they're paying tax. And the last thing I want to point out is that the people that don't have a job, right, the homeless people that you see on the street, they're alive because someone is giving them food and water and shelter. Because if they weren't eating, they would be dead. So if they're alive asking you for money, or if they're alive and they have to go to the doctor, that healthcare cost is recouped at the store when whomever is feeding them, whether they're getting the food from a food bank or a church or a charity, or if you give them money and they go to McDonald's, they're paying for their healthcare costs there. So if you are consuming food, beverage, you're going to contribute to the health trust. So there is no free lunch. Now, yes, this would increase the cost of everything. However, I would like to point out that there would not be Medicare, there would not be Medicaid, there would not be deductibles, co-payments. The entire system, us living in America, is how we could collect the cost of health care. Well, this is the national point of sale healthcare tax in a nutshell. I appreciate you spending time listening to my idea, and if you like this idea, then send it to a friend, send it to Bernie Sanders, send it to Hillary Clinton, send it everywhere. Maybe our campaign, the rest of the season, we could actually spend time not pointing fingers at one another and calling each other horrible names, but could we maybe talk about something that's important, something that's a little more relevant to what's going on in our country, as opposed to who's not trustworthy and, you know, who hates who more? I don't think people care. Well, anyway, thank you for sharing a few moments with me and my ideas, and I wish you and yours the very best, and may we all find peace in this lifetime. Much love. Take care. It's such a different experience than like network or radio. It's like, no dead air. It's like the one thing you can never have on network television or radio is dead air. It just sends the entire industry into a panic. You never get that back, do you? Right? If you charge for every second and it's dead air, you never get it back. Okay, so thank you very much. I'm going to get all of the extra links that aren't there in the bottom there. But I'm going to switch over just so that the uploading can commence, and then if I get pinged with anything, I will know, and then I can adjust accordingly. So thank you all very much. Here, let's pray for peace. Let's all do it together. Lord God in heaven, please bring peace to all our hearts, and still our minds, fortify our bodies. Remind us to give gratitude for hot running water and clothes on our back, food in our belly, the health of our family, ourselves, our pets, our neighbors, our children. Strengthen the marriages, strengthen the unions. Keep my neighbors safe as they build their little project out back. I don't want anybody falling off the ladder. Lord, send somebody to me that I can pray for in the chat. Thank you, God. I would not be here if it weren't for you. So, what I have in my heart, God. Bless everybody. Forgive my enemies. Give me the wisdom to see and to know I'm wrong when I think I'm right. Name your son Jesus Christ. Yes, the same. Okay, so I will see you guys in a little bit, a few minutes. That's right, I gotta do that from Chia.